Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Monday, it's September 8th, 2025. We have some reflection to do on the trial of Donna Adelson. We just finished that on Thursday. Thursday felt like a marathon, a whirlwind, 10 years, one day, all the things. Replay crew, love you. Everything will be timestamped down below because today we have quite a lot to talk about. And though I have been trying to keep streams to like a trial, we've got a lot to catch up on. And I don't think I'm going to get to stream the rest of the week because I have some hectic travel. I'll keep you in the loop behind the scenes. Some really fun stuff, but it's a lot of planes. So this might be our only stream for the week, but chat, here's a secret. Very late last night, I recorded a podcast that's going to drop tomorrow. Normally, the Emily Show podcast drops on the Emily Show channel on Mondays. We swapped things around just to accommodate travel schedule. And I did a summary of the Trooper Proctor hearings that had gone on during the Donna Adelson trial. So for all of you who are like, but wasn't Trooper Proctor in court administrative hearing? But yes, he's still trying to get his job back. Yes, there's more information about how much was spent of the taxpayer Massachusetts money. Yes. That drops tomorrow. So if you have the Law Nerd app, you will immediately get a notification when things drop on the Emily Show channel. If you do not have the Law Nerd app, A, no shade, B, just go subscribe to that channel. I cannot guarantee that YouTube will notify you, but that will drop tomorrow, so it'll be there. And then we'll have case briefs breaking down today's stream as we do. You guys have been so incredibly supportive of the case briefs in trial. Look, Team Baker's production team works quite a lot when we are in trial. They always work a lot, but they work a lot when we are in trial. They work a lot when we are in trial. And so you guys being like, I love the case briefs. Thank you for the case briefs. It's A, Team Baker sees the comments. B, I see the comments. And thank you. Thank you. You guys are the best. So today we've got some updates. Right? We're going to talk about the foreperson from the Donna Adelson case speaking out. I saw, she mentioned in comments that some people were just like, why is the foreperson so young? Well, the older we get, the younger jurors seem. Look, man, when we go do college tours with Travis, I'm like, oh, they're just wee babies. But when I was going to do college tours in high school, I was like, adults. So, it's all a matter of perspective, and anyone over the age of 18 can be a juror. I was kind of mad that people were just like, but she's young. Okay. And personally, here's the thing. I love younger jurors. Also, I had jurors that were in college all the time. Here's what I found about younger jurors just from my experience. When we had tech-heavy cases, they understood the tech. Now, the defense in this case might not want to have that be the case. The defense in this case might not want them to understand the tech. But just because somebody presents young does not mean that's their age, because I can't tell. Like, I just assume everyone's my age. So if you are 20 years older than I am, you're like, yes, girl. If you're 15 years younger than I am, you're like, girl, please. But also, I want jurors that understand what I'm talking about. And the more tech-heavy cases get, the better. Jurors just need to be over 18. So I was already a little defensive. So that's the perspective I'm coming from. So, jurors are going to be members of the community. But I did hear or revisited some of the jail calls where Charlie Adelson was talking about these aren't a jury of my peers. So Charlie Adelson on the phone with Donna Adelson after his conviction was just like, these aren't my peers. They're not as educated, like the just Charlie being Charlie, right? They're just not my peers. Okay, Charlie, peers means members of the community. Okay? Peers doesn't mean someone of your age, gender, race, profession. Peers means members of the community. All members of the community. We can have a chat about the fact that I think that, we might be better served if we paid jurors more. Maybe. But peers means community members. We'll get back to Charlie another day, because y'all, after listening to those calls, I need a minute. I need a minute from Charlie, right? We'll get back to Charlie another day. I also asked our mod team, and I had asked the members when I am back from a ton of travel, because it's going to be like one stream this week. We're going to talk about new podcast tomorrow on the other channel, some case briefs this week. We're going to do one stream next week. I'm not sure when we're going to get to a stream next week. Stay tuned to the Law Nerd app, because travel. I've got an event with YouTube. Emily, what are the top 2 things you're going to tell everyone that you run into at YouTube? Okay, there's 3 this time. Whatever this like XP thing is in live chat, I hate it and I want to be able to turn it off. Everyone has to hear me talk about the things that I don't like. But what I also like is chat. I want it to default to live chat, not top chat. I've asked about this for 3.5 years. I'm going to ask for an update. And I want to be able to add handles on mobile. These are the big things. Other YouTubers ask all kinds of questions. I got the same 3. Girl, got anything new? No. Got an update for me on being able to at people on mobile? Because we've been talking about that for at least 3 years. I don't need an XP leaderboard in the chat. I wish I could turn it off on the channel level so y'all didn't have to go do it. But can you let me just switch? Can you default the chat to live chat? And let me add on mobile? That's it. No leaderboard needed. Just let me do those 2 things. Maybe. So again, we will be chatting about this. I know adding on mobile is the same for all of you, because so many of you watch stream on a larger screen and just want to be able to chat, or you listen to stream and just want to be able to chat. I know. I'm going to keep asking. Ashley said, can you at people on the computers? You can. You absolutely can. So we're going to talk about what the jury had to say. We're going to look at the TikTok videos. We're going to look at the interview with the Tallahassee Democrat. Normally, I do not just pull up interviews of somebody saying that they're a juror. However, the Tallahassee Democrat, thankful for their reporting, put out a article. It looks like they chatted with the Foreperson. We're going to go through it, but they also verified that the Foreperson was the Foreperson, because they had a reporter in court, and they're like, well, I saw that person in court every day. So they're saying they're the Foreperson. So it's been verified. Normally, I will not just somebody on social saying they were a juror, unless it's been verified by people in court. I just stay away from it. But this has been verified, so we're gonna dive in and take a look. So let's also talk about what else we're talking about today. If you're not familiar with either of these 2 cases, don't worry. I'm going to give you a road so far. 1, Sarah Boone. We have some updates from like last week, like Friday. So we're going to go through Sarah Boone updates. Spoiled it a little in the title. We'll talk about what happens from there and get to some questions. We got an update on the TikTok psychic. Just drop a 1 in the chat if you want to get to the TikTok psychic today. Because if y'all are like, we can wait, then it's okay. It's fine if you want to. Just put a 1 and we'll get to it. Because all of you are like immediately 1. Perfect. I'll make sure we get to it. So we're going to talk about Donna Adelson. We're going to answer some questions. We're going to talk about the TikTok psychic defamation case. Y'all, I'm letting you vote on this one. All of you are like immediately yes. And we'll talk quickly about Sarah Boone. It's a pretty short update. So, you guys ready to get into stream today? I know it's not a trial. Also, I told you I talked to the mods. Everybody agrees. We're going to take a minute from Charlie. Morgana in the chat, name it 10, 10, 10. 10 out of 10, love everything. Morgana, 100%. EDB, are you covering Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial? Yes, but we're going to give Charlie a minute in timeout. We'll talk about it. Yes, we'll cover some of the stuff from Charlie's trial. We will. When? I'm not sure yet, but yes, we will. We will cover some of the key moments from Charlie's trial for sure. But we're also going to cover the key moments from Cardi B. And all of you are like, please move us to Cardi B. We want to talk about it. So we are going to cover not like full trial days. We're going to condense it, but we're going to cover opening statements, closing arguments, Cardi B's testimony, and a few of the other things. We're going to do that. So we're going to do that first because all of you are just like, can we please just look at a civil case? Yes, we can just look at a civil case. We can just look at a civil case and we can talk about lawyering and what not to do and maybe what to do, but it's a civil case. We already know the result. If you don't know the result, I'm not going to get into it with you, but we'll talk about a civil case because I think when we're talking about celebrities, we don't always talk enough, and we'll talk about this in the TikTok psychic case. We don't always talk enough about the fact that what do you choose to do if somebody is suing you in a civil case and is just like, give me money and I'll go away? Like, where do you make the calculus that you're like, you know what? No, we're not just doing that. We're going to talk about it. Danzig, no, that's not Danzig. My brain just went to music. D. Zignan. NIN Saturday in Nashville was amazing. I didn't get to go. I was so bummed, but also family stuff plus exhaustion. I am so bummed. So bummed. But I have a lot of concerts coming up. So it's going to be good. But I know I'm bummed. It's all right. It will be another day. All right. Priya, I'm not going to do a poll for the TikTok psychic because the ones in the chat have it. There are so many. Rexy said, when will you bring back some of your older merch? It depends on what the merch is. The Law Nerds Rock hats are still in the shop. They're on sale. The I Have Questions shirt, it says I Have Questions down the back, is in the shop. The Facts hats are coming back in our next launch. Some of the older merch might not come back. It just depends. So we're going to run the intro. We're going to go to Florida first. Then we're going to stay in Florida. Then we will hop over to Idaho. So that's the plan for the day. And y'all, these civil cases, man, are getting wild. So we're going to talk about all of it. Let's go to interviews about court. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. I needed hand lotion because I immediately started streaming and was like, oh my God, I hate it. Everything about it. So we're going to talk first about, all the post-trial things that we need to talk about. Y'all were with me on Thursday when the verdict came in late, like 8 o'clock local time. And I was just like, oh my goodness, that is late. It was surprising to me. It was surprising to y'all. I was on the phone and then stuff started happening in court and then I didn't have audio and I was like, I have to go. They're doing something. And then everybody started walking in. I'm like, oh, I don't think they're excusing the jury. I think they might have a verdict in like 3 hours. I thought it was going to be longer. We saw in the interviews after trial that Georgia Kappelman had been like, I'm rooting for it to be shorter. Please. I'm not. But with Donna Adelson not testifying, I thought it would be a little bit longer. It wasn't. So we're going to talk about what the jury foreperson had to say, things that they noticed that we talked about, things that they noticed that we didn't. We're going to do all the rest of it. So I know all of the international law nerds are like, it was so late. It was so rude. It was so rude. It was so late. It'd be fluffy. It was rude. It was so late. I was surprised. So with all of that, we're going to take a look at what the jury had to say. If the jurors choose to speak out, look, jurors have the right to say nothing about their process. They can share if they won. They can share if they won't. It's truly up to them. When they do, I'm always interested. I'm always interested in what they have to say. Emily, we can tell it was a late night. I know. The brain is tired. That trial, man. Here, look. Just the volume of trial in the Florida cases we've watched, Sarah Boone and Donna Adelson, is so different from some of the other jurisdictions. The amount of things that they pack into a court day is A, substantial, and B, they run their court days much longer. So trials get done so much quicker, but also the days are dense. I mean, they were going through witness after witness after witness. And until we got to the defense case, there was maybe a sidebar in a day, maybe a 5-minute break in the morning, a 5-minute break in the afternoon, and a lunch break. And they were like, move. So they were very dense days of trial. However, I would imagine if you're missing work, there is a little bug in my office. If you are missing work and it's like, hey, if we can get this done in less days, let's go. Instead of running from 9:30, 10 a.m. to 3 with an hour and a half for lunch and a 20-minute break or a 30-minute break and a 20-minute break and a 30-minute break, you're only getting a couple hours of testimony a day in a shortened court schedule like that. Florida's like, we are going to get 7 hours of testimony in every single court day. Let's go. But it's also exhausting. Like, yay for Florida, but also exhausting. California is like, court's done at 4. I'm not mad at court being done at 4. If the Koberger trial had gone forward, that looked like they were going to run about 9 to 3 every day and then do motions, sidebars, whatever, before or after, so that when they ran 9 to 3, they were going to keep it really just trial witness after trial witness. But the judge accommodated for how long the case was to deal with legal issues after 3, so the jurors weren't sitting there. And to be like, look, we know you're out of work and we know you have things to do. We will be done 3:30. You will be done and we'll handle the other court business, so we're not wasting your time. The thing that will make judges the most mad, hands down 100%, wasting the jurors' time. Nothing will make, well, very few things will make a judge saltier than wasting the jury time. You waste the jury time, you are going to catch hands from the judge. I mean, verbally, but wrath of the court. And that is something we saw very much in the Adelson case, with the judge saying, we are not wasting the jurors' time. And there were days they ran jury selection till after 6:30 p.m. Woo! That is quite a lot. So I think what we're going to do to talk about the Foreperson is go to the Tallahassee Democrat interview first, then go to the social media videos, then do some questions. And that's just how we're going to roll. Hopefully that works for you. That works for me. It's been a minute since we've used the new software for like not trial. So that's always fun, right? I love it. Tanya asked in the chat, the Masked Avenger, where was Donna kept during deliberations? All courthouses have some kind of a lockup. So she would have been in lockup unless she was allowed to stay in like an attorney interview room with a bailiff, but normally they just go into lockup. So that is where they are. No, that's not what I was looking for. Why is that not pulling up the screen of the article? Hold on. Let me refresh real quick, because that's only happened to me once before. And let me see where that is and why that's not pulling up the proper monitor. That was weird. All right, there we go. We fixed it. I feel like I should have dancing music. I don't know. What are we going? This.
Why is no one ready?
It's that. That's exactly what it is. That's how it feels. All right. Let's get to this article as best we can excise out all of the advertisements. I will put this in reader mode in just a moment, but juror tells all. Jury for Foreperson in Donna Adelson's trial speaks out after conviction. We are going to take a look at some of the videos from social media, but I'm going to... Oh, okay, we got rid of ads, so we don't have to go to reader mode just yet. Not even 24 hours after Donna Adelson was read her guilty verdict. I mean, Donna, the verdict, ma'am. A woman on the 12-person jury took to TikTok to dish about her time in the courtroom. Jurors were tasked with weighing Adelson's innocence or guilt in the 2014 murder for hire that killed Dan Markell. I mean, I don't love the use of the word dish here, because if this juror, like, I've seen... No, what are we doing? I don't... What? Where are you going, article? Here's why I don't love the use of the word dish. Because if a juror had gone on to Good Morning America like they did in the Murdaugh case, would anyone refer to it as dish? Like anyone? They'd be like, oh, a juror spoke to Good Morning America. Like, it's just... I don't know. It seems... I don't know. It seems a little patronizing to me, perhaps. But jurors, A, can speak wherever they want. And B, I do think there is still a tension between legacy media, new media, and social media. And so when someone chooses to just go on their own platform, whatever that platform is, and share the information, I feel like the media always tries to downplay it, minimize it, or somehow delegitimize it. Because honestly, the attention is on social more than it's on any legacy media platforms. And so I always am interested in looking at that tension, because we see it a lot, even though the distribution on something like TikTok is going to be substantially greater than the distribution on just about any website you'll find. So yeah, the jury foreperson spoke. It's just interesting, right? I don't know. I feel like we have channeled Hoag's headlines and hangouts, and we are now talking about the way the media tries to distance and minimize new media distribution or social media distribution, right? It's like, if they talk to us, it's verified. If they get a microphone and a phone, then somehow it's just gossiping, you know? Ugh. Did they call us like a circle of hens too about it? Like, what are we doing? But again, if you're the juror, why would you bother going on? I mean, no shade to like the Today Show or GMA or whatever, but why would you bother going somewhere where they can shorten your answers, cut your answers, splice your answers, edit your answers, and you have like 3 minutes? It's not really enough time to have a discussion. Then again, I lean so much towards, hey, you've got a microphone, you can have a chat. My own opinion on that is also quite strong. So why not talk about it yourself? I am glad they verified that it was the foreperson that was speaking, though, because that's something I could not do myself. So the foreperson took to TikTok to share about her time in the courtroom. Jurors were tasked with weighing Adelson's innocence or guilt or not guilt, in the 2014 murder for hire that killed Dan Markell, and ultimately they found Adelson guilty as charged. Yeah, Donna was convicted on all 3 counts. She'll be back in court in October for a case management conference. Sentencing will be later. Sentencing on count 1 is mandatory and statutory. life period. So the sentencing on the other two counts matters, but doesn't. She is the fifth person to be charged in the murder of Markel, a law professor at Florida State University. The 75-year-old was convicted of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit, and solicitation of. The killing has led to the convictions of the two hitmen, a middleman between the Adelson family and the hitmen, and her son Charlie Adelson, who was convicted in 2023. There's a whole gallery of photos of Donna being like, I can't believe this is happening. Okay. A juror who identified herself as a foreperson said she led deliberations and delivered the unanimous verdict to the, quote, matriarch mastermind, language that came from the defense in their closing. Quote, now that the trial is over, I'm free to talk about all this or talk about this, she said on the public TikTok video. My mind is just absolutely blown. If you have questions, let me know because I can finally talk. I told you, jurors want to chat. They don't get to chat. They don't get to chat at all. And they are often ready to process this with everyone. The Tallahassee Democrat who confirmed her position on the jury through court records and visual identification, which is just like we had someone in the courtroom and that is the same face, requested to speak to the juror who asked more than a day after this story published online to remain anonymous. Okay. I'm not going to put the juror's name in any of this. I'm sure their name isn't in this. I'm not going to put their handle in any of this, though it probably is in some of this, but okay. Viewers took to the comment section, however, loading the juror with questions about the case. Below is an excerpt of the commenter's questions and the responses in her own words, which we're going to watch together. We're just going to go through them. So what evidence? Emily, you're being targeted with that. Okay, that purse is cute, though. Y'all know what ads are targeting me, I guess. What evidence convinced you, surprised you? Honestly, there was so much. She's a smart woman, which is why she avoided being convicted for 11 years. We will go look at that. Rob's testimony was telling, the code was telling, the emails, texts, and calls indicate how power hungry she was. These are all in the TikTok, so we're going to go. I don't have an ad blocker. I probably should. We saw Rob Adelson's testimony together. Did the defense ever convince you maybe she is innocent? I mean, there is a big difference between guilty and not guilty and innocence. And so if you are looking at, is Donna Adelson someone not involved in any of this? I don't think anybody's thinking this. If you are thinking, did they prove solicitation? Did they prove what Donna knew before the murder? Then you get into questions of, did they prove that she was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? And I think that's a fair question. Did the defense ever convince you maybe she is innocent? When they mentioned that there's evidence that states Donna thought her son was being extorted just 2 months after the murder, I questioned myself, like, maybe I missed something. But we talked about it and confirmed that was not in evidence. It was part of Charlie's testimony. So that sparked a little, I guess things that make you go, but it ended up not bearing any weight. Had the jury heard anything about the case prior to sitting on the trial? Answer, while she acknowledged posting on TikTok during the trial when court was not in session, she said she never sought out or bumped into stories about the case. Not a single member of the jury knew anything about this case before being selected to serve on the jury. I imagine that's going to raise some eyebrows posting on social, right? Here's the thing, though. The judge tells the jurors, do not seek out information about this case. Do not go looking for information about this case. That doesn't mean you can't be on social about other things. I don't think courts can stop someone from posting on social about what they had for dinner, about what they are up to, as long as it's not jury selection, or if they want to do a, what are my pens, OOTD, or whatever it is, they can do any of that because ultimately courts can't stop jurors from engaging in their normal patterns of life. They can say, don't look at anything about this case. And if you're already not looking at something about the case, it's unlikely that all of a sudden you're going to start seeing things about this case. I talk about it all the time. Dr. B is on social a bit and was on social during the entire Depp Heard case, saw nothing about it. There has not yet been a case that I've covered that has come across Dr. B's socials. It's the same with Travis. I ask him, like, what are you seeing on the limited social that you're on? Because neither of my kids are on social much, which is not a fight I have to have, which is great. But what are you seeing? And Travis is like, I don't know what the fuck 6'7" is, but whatever the fuck that is. And I'm like, 6'7", fair. He's like, I'm seeing memes I don't even get. So yeah, it's fair that jurors can be on jury duty on social and see nothing about a case. Because what we see on social is largely based on what we have seen in the past on social, and then what people we interact with are looking at on social. So if Travis's friends that he interacts with are seeing all the whatever the 6'7" means are, then of course he's getting that because that's who he's around. All of you are just like, oh my God, go ask a 13-year-old. Go ask a 13-year-old. I don't know. 6'7", I don't know. Y'all, I'm too old. It's a meme. My older teen is like, ugh, and my 13-year-old thinks it's hilarious that it annoys my older one. G thinks it's hilarious that it annoys T. I have no idea. But apparently at band practice, they can't even say, okay, 6'7", whatever. Can it be explained? I don't even know. It's a meme. I don't know. Skibbity, Ohio, I don't know. Something. No, we're not going to Google this one. No, this one I'm aware of. No, that one we're going to stay away from. All right, continuing on. And some of this might be repetitive. I saved the TikToks to watch with y'all. I haven't watched them yet. Did the jury find divorce lawyer Linda Bailey's testimony offensive as she denied the contentiousness of the Adelson-Markell divorce? We all wanted to know that, didn't we? Okay, we're going to reader mode. I can't. Some of you don't love the dyslexia font. I am sorry for those of you who do not love the dyslexia font. It is just so much easier for my eyes, and I had to get rid of ads. Even though I do have a subscription to the Tallahassee Democrat to follow this trial, ads everywhere. Ads everywhere. Did the jury find divorce lawyer Linda Bailey's testimony offensive as she denied the contentiousness of the Adelson-Markell divorce? Answer, yes. I believe all of us had something to say about that. I bet. The way she kept avoiding answering the question from Georgia Kappelman, the prosecutor really ticked me off. Like, oh, $80,000 isn't a lot to who? You? The one who's a quote unquote super lawyer and has been for the last 37 years? Miss Ma'am. Oh, does she say Miss Ma'am? Ma'am. Yes. Just answer the question. Look, most divorces aren't going to be contentious to a divorce lawyer of almost 40 years. They're going to be like, I've seen some wild shit. This is not the wildest shit I've seen. Lawyers see wild shit. Then again, so do pilots. Just because pilots might say turbulence isn't the worst turbulence they've experienced, I still might be terrified, right? Same with the trash example that Georgia gave. I still think this witness was a huge miss for the defense, so I'm curious to see what the juror said. Nope, Emily, you did that wrong. They were just like, Miss Ma'am. For those of you asking about the dyslexia font, this weights part of the word heavier, but I can't tell the difference. The letters don't look different visually to me, but I know that they are bolded for part of the words. So for some of you, it's going to make it wild on the eyes. Amanda said, Why is this dyslexia font and why is it easier on the eyes? It's just how our different brains work. Also, it's on a dark background, which might be part of what helps because dark background light writing is much easier for me to read. So I love that they were like, oh, 80K isn't a lot to who? But again, people who see some shit get desensitized to the shit that they see. And they're like, it's going to be okay. This is normal. We try to remind that. And it's something that as I was a newer DA, I was not as mindful of. I become better at it the longer I've been a lawyer. And it is something we had to remind new lawyers about. Look, when you are doing your everyday work in a courtroom, you are in your workspace with your coworkers. Some coworkers you get along with better than others, but you are in your workspace with your coworkers. And so when you are in that space, you have casual conversation. You talk to them about what they were up to this weekend, what's going on with their situationship, all the things. But for somebody sitting in the back of the courtroom who has never been to court before, who is a family member of somebody in custody, a victim of a crime, a family member of a victim of a crime, a witness that has never taken the witness stand before, it is not their normal day. They are stressed and terrified, and they feel like they're going to puke. This is not a normal day for them. So there are times when y'all are sitting in the courtroom just having a kiki with your coworkers and some coffee, they are stressed the fuck out. And that is something that those in the courtroom can forget, but that's not specific to the courtroom. That happens in hospitals, in medical, and everywhere else where you interact with the public who's not normally in your workspace. All right. This is probably TMI, but during my first pregnancy, during my delivery with Travis, it was an emergency. It was very stressful. I was very sick. It was a mess. But my doctors on the other side of the curtain are all chatting about the Lakers. And I'm just like, oh, this is how people feel in court when we're all just going about our normal day. And I'm like, hello, this is very stressful for me. I don't much care about what the Lakers are up to at the moment. Hello. So it's surprising to me that this witness who is taking the stand forgot to be the human witness that showed up and was just like, I'm showing up in full lawyer mode. So, full lawyer mode. RN2 mom said, labor nurse here, exactly true, right? You kind of, like, for me, it was the first time I had ever been in that type of an OR. That wasn't true for my doctor. And I was like, do I get the game in the room? What are we doing? Very stressed. But also, after I said out loud, do I get the game in my room? And we all started to chat. I'm like, just include me in the conversation. I'm very stressed. They're like, okay. I was like, great. I feel better now. Thank you. But Linda Bailey, who I'm sure is terrifying to go against in court, seemed to forget that she was not going against Georgia Kappelman in court. Her role in court was to explain to the jury. And she did not bring the human side of that. She brought I'm a lawyer in court, this is my domain. What? It didn't help. It did not help. So I'm not surprised that the jurors mismammed her. Though I wonder if anyone on the jury, if they have to get a divorce, might be like, oh, I'll hire her. Though I imagine, unless you're dealing with like multi-million dollars of divorce properties, you're probably not going to bother with that attorney. So let's see. Do you think Wendy Adelson was involved? The question everyone wants to know. Answer, I agree that she was part of this in some way, shape, or form. She insulated herself from the co-conspirators way too well. She plays quote unquote dumb so well. Look at the evidence. Testimony from her brother Rob that her ex and her ex-boyfriend Jeff. I think she provided info to the other conspirators to try to set Jeff up. So the jury believed that she was setting Jeff up. It's going to be interesting to see where that falls on what happens to Wendy. I believe she tried to set Jeff up to keep her family out of the light. I think the state is going to do everything they can to charge her with something. I just wish I knew when. I know she's panicking after the verdict was delivered last night. I think they have enough evidence to convict Wendy for accessory, possibly even conspiracy, but they haven't done it yet because they needed her to testify in Donna's trial first. That's what I thought. We talked about that. Why not Wendy first? Well, if Wendy is the first domino, then you prosecute her last. Like when the dominoes fall, you go back up the chain. Or if she's the engine of the train analogy, you get to the engine last. You go to the last cars and then move up. It's a domino effect, she went on to say, which we've given that analogy a couple times. I even believe they should be able to convict Harvey for accessory. That's interesting. He knew and he didn't do anything about it, just went along with Donna and kept quiet. Interesting. The article clarifies neither Wendy nor Harvey, her father, have been implicated in Markel's death. I quibble with that in that the prosecution continues to refer to Wendy as an unindicted co-conspirator, and they don't refer to Harvey as such. How did the jury come to such a quick decision? We went over everything several times because this is a big decision and this is serious. We all took our duty very seriously. I have found that from every juror I've spoken to. Like, this isn't just fun and games. It's someone's life and it's the law. And we all took it very seriously. At about the 3-hour mark, once we got moving and grooving, we voted several different times in several different ways. People were still talking to share their thoughts with each other about the case and whatever. I passed out pieces of paper for everyone to write their final verdict down, then emptied one of the little containers we had for snacks. I want to know what the snacks were. Can we get a detailed accounting of I'm curious. And had everyone put it in there. I did this because I want people to write down what they honestly feel and think based on the evidence in the law without feeling pressured to go along with what everyone else is saying. I think that's very mindful. Very demure, very mindful, very conscientious. Secret ballot, love it. All 12 pieces of paper said guilty. It was such a wild experience. And then you're like, okay, you guys are telling me she does give snack details. Oh, fantastic. Well, we're going to go to the videos next. I said I saved them to do first look with y'all. So that is the overview from the Tallahassee Democrat. We're going to go look at those TikToks and then answer questions. So I am always fascinated to see what jurors have to say and how they vote. Sometimes they do like show of hands. Sometimes they do go around the table. What's your vote? Guilty, not guilty. Sometimes they do piece of paper. I'm fine with that. I think a piece of paper is a really good idea, especially if anyone's feeling, I don't know, nervous or concerned. It's okay to do just a poll on paper so nobody needs to see. I think it's a great way to get to consensus. And once they all get to guilty, it's like, okay, well, we're done. Like survivor voting. I mean, exactly. Let's go to the TikToks real quick. Again, replay crew, everything will be timestamped down below. I'm going to the actual TikTok, so I'm going to go video by video. I have not watched all of these yet, so we will go look at these together. I don't use the Tiki Talk Talks all that much, so when I totally show my lack of skill with regard to the world of the TikTok, well, thanks for just rocking with me. Let's try to get the volume turned on here. It's always so difficult when it comes to playing things that aren't on YouTube. Wouldn't it be better if we just all put it on YouTube? Please? No? Guy, you're absolutely allowed here. You're welcome here. Look, in the apocalypse, we're all coming to Gen X. Gen X figured out to get into their homes when they left their keys at school when they were in like 3rd grade. No, we're absolutely doing it. I'm on that cusp of Gen X millennial. I'm in that Zennial X. We're like, people went to school and then they went home. So I'm right there with you. Let's see. Oh, that looks like it works perfectly. Look at that, y'all. I'm happy. All right. Hopefully y'all are happy. So I wish everyone would just put everything on YouTube, but I'm not a huge TikTok user. Honestly, I go onto TikTok to try to stop people from impersonating me on TikTok so they don't go into DMs and ask y'all for money. That's what I use TikTok for, which is real for real. Like a eldest millennial, I am mostly on Instagram and here on YouTube. Let's continue.
Donna Adelson was found guilty on all 3 charges for killing her ex-son-in-law. I'm here to say that I was on the jury. And
ma'am, it's not the Blair Witch Project. Why are we...
Questions, let me know, because I can finally talk.
I'm very excited we can finally talk about it. Hold on. No, I don't want you to just go to the next video. I have other videos. Oh, it's going to take me a minute to get one by one, isn't it? Hold on. Let me just go to her. I think if I just go to her account, I'm going to be able to do this much easier. So let me do this. Let me do this differently. The only day I've really done heavy social media videos is when we were talking about Spidey, the Duncan spider who caused chaos on social media. It was delicious chaos, but I hate that it just jumps to a different video, not the one I was looking for. Okay, let's try this again. All right. I think that was a rude pause. That's my fault. I'm sorry, but
oh no.
What is happening?
So,
there we go.
I'm going to answer some.
That sounds like a voice changer. Nope.
So.
Just title this segment, Emily Fights with YouTube. This is replying to a question. Yes, we want all the details. How much of the case did you know before you were on the jury? I mean, they shouldn't know anything. How did you come to agreement so quickly? The obvious seemed pretty telling. Was there any thought to just coming back in the morning? Great questions.
I'm going to answer some questions now, but I do want to preface, okay? For one, not a single member on the jury knew anything about this case.
Why are we moving so much?
Being selected to serve on the jury. Okay?
Is that a TikTok thing, y'all?
Number 2, as far as people's concerns as to me being on social media and posting my TikToks in the last week or 2, there was no rule stating that we cannot be on social media. The rule was provided by Judge Everett in this case. Okay?
Yeah.
We cannot seek out information about this case. We cannot talk about the case with anyone.
Yep.
We cannot listen to others talk about the case.
Yep.
We cannot do anything in regard to the case.
Yep.
During the trial. But now that I'm released as a juror, I have the freedom to say and do whatever.
Yep.
But also in that regard, I don't watch the news. It's depressing. I haven't watched the news in years. If anything, I'll check my weather app. My little Apple weather app once a week just to see.
I have like 4 weather apps and constantly check what Ryan Hall y'all's saying, but fair.
My For You page on my TikTok, where I am the most active, is mostly like TikTok shop videos. Like members of like.
Isn't all TikTok now TikTok shop videos? TikTok users, let me know.
The moms of TikTok community, because that is the content that I typically engage and interact with. I also post that type of content sometimes.
Okay, fair.
Like trendy, funny, like music videos, whatever else like that. Basically like stupid humor and then mom stuff. That's what I
fair
look for on social media.
So pumpkins, pumpkin spice, back to school, 10-10.
I'm not breaking any rules. Along with that, I have time before court during our 1 hour, at least minimum, lunch break during the days of the trial, and then after court to.
I mean, fair.
Do as I will in regard to all of that. So no rules were broken. No rules are being broken now. I appreciate all of your guys' concern. I'm also going to.
The eye roll was so telling. Were people on TikTok just like, oh my God, but you were on social? That's not a problem. They're allowed to be on social if they are sticking to the rules of not looking at stuff around this case. That's not a problem.
To prove that I was on the jury, because there's some of you who's, damn it. Here is my appreciation letter.
Do you see the date on that? September 4th. Juror appreciation letter from the judge. 10 out of 10. Okay.
From Mr. Stephen Everett, the judge on this case, thanking me for my service. Along with that, my document stating.
Oh, that absolutely has the dates of jury service on it. But again, the Tallahassee Democrat was like, yeah, that's a juror. So fine.
I served in the jury every single day of the trial. So also this lovely thing called public record. Just an FYI. Now with that, I will get into some of these questions, okay? I am excited.
I want to hear all the
learned
questions.
So much, and like about the case, but also about the law. And I
Jury
like
duty
that
will do that.
excites me. That I thought it was a cool experience, a crazy first time jury experience. So
lots of people. That was also, I think, her phone getting notifications, not y'all. But a lot of people, when they do jury duty for the first time, are like, I'm excited to do. I want to see this. This is something you hear about. You see it on TV. You hear about jury duty. And when you get to do it, you're like, I want to do that. I like the excitement. I'm here for it. I'm going to see if I can make this a little bit smaller. Nope. No, that's not better. The shaky is just going to be shaky, I guess. I'm old.
yeah. Anyway, I stated I was the foreperson, and I was.
Awesome.
Because when we got back to deliberate, once the bailiffs were out of the room and we could, talk about whatever, I asked everyone if anyone wanted to be the foreperson, and everyone was kind of like, I was like, okay, can I do it? Like, can I please?
I love that. Any of you want to be in charge? I imagine all the jurors are like, no, I don't. Every volunteer opportunity, no, I would not like to do that. I love that she's like, I want to do it. Awesome. Get all of it.
Also, because I wanted to stay on point with what we were supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't want...
I love that too.
Someone else to have the opportunity to be foreperson and then just take us
down rabbit holes. I love that too. She's like, look, I have suffered through all of this meeting could have been an email, and I am not here for it today. I love it. I love everything about it. Mary Kate said, I thought it was assigned. It really depends on jurisdiction. Some jurisdictions assign forepersons. Some draw it out of a hat. Some, like you're in seat 1, congratulations. Some let the jurors pick. I prefer letting the jurors pick. I think generally they just get to vote for somebody, but I also love the, this could have been an email. We're not going to do that. Also, I would be the juror that's just like, oh my God, but this defense attorney, because then you want to talk. But then again, you can talk later. It's like, we can talk at lunch. We have to get to a verdict. I mean, fair.
I know how my brain works, so I was just
love it.
Like very
Let's do it.
sequential and purposeful. with
Love it.
My questions and discussions and what we talked about, whatever.
Love it.
So overall, it took us about just over 3 hours to deliberate and reach our final verdict, right? But within the first hour and a half, I want to say, everyone was agreeing that she is guilty. Everyone.
Ma'am, within the first hour to an hour and a half, everyone is agreeing that she was guilty. I'm going to pause here. They could have come back with a verdict then. I have had jurors. I have talked to other attorneys about jurors. I have seen numerous cases where the jury is like, we had a verdict, but we felt like we wanted to talk about it a little bit more. And I have seen that happen numerous times where the jurors are like, I mean, we had a verdict, but we felt bad because that's like real fast. And so we just like chilled and talked. It happens all the time. It happens all the time because they're just like, the evidence is the evidence. But they're also like, but it's a serious case. It would have been real interesting if they came back in an hour. But they also need some time to chat, right? I mean, I think that's completely fair. All right.
It was unanimous within the first hour and a half. But as the foreperson, you need to be looking for you know, the different body language, people's facial expressions, all of that, just who may be unsure of something. And we had that. We had 2 people who said they thought she was guilty. They're like, but I'm kind of confused on this one thing, this like point 2 on count 2 of her charge, right? So with that, I was like, okay, absolutely not. We are not unanimous right now, so we're gonna go over things. And we went over things point by point, okay? We started count 1. Count 1 was the charge for first-degree murder, and it had several different points that we needed to, you know, address. We went over definitions, we went over principle and how that would apply, all of the different things. We listed out, we had a whiteboard in there, and most of us are visual people, and so we used the whiteboard to go over each point, list out everything that...
The background noise is much, but I love a whiteboard. I think every jury room should have a whiteboard so they can, if people need to break down what the jury instructions are, they have it. I love that.
Like, people just said that, like, applied and whatever. Those people who seemed a little unsure at first, they ultimately, what was needed, they needed the visual.
That's fair.
We went over everything.
I love it. Everybody had a chance to get heard, went through the whiteboard, talked through what the jury instructions were. Love it.
Several times, because this is a big decision and this is serious, and we all took our duty very seriously.
I love that.
This isn't just fun and games and like, you know.
I mean, fair.
It is a very cool experience to talk about now, and it's exciting. It is someone's life, you know, and it is the law, and we all took it very serious. So, like, you know, I need people to understand that.
I think that's absolutely great, right? And it's not dissimilar to what we heard with the foreperson in the Karen Reed case when they spoke out about how the foreperson in the Reed case made sure that every juror felt comfortable and was heard. And we've seen that with numerous jurors that have come forward to talk about one of the things that was important in the jury room is the respect to each other and making sure everyone on the jury felt like they had a chance to hear it and that they felt comfortable with the verdict, because it's a lot of weight to decide something. And you know this jury knows. I don't know if the foreperson will address it or not, but you know the jury knows that the penalty for this case is substantial based on how many times the defense kept saying, and they got life, and they got life, and they got life. Like, you know the jury was aware. They're not supposed to consider it, but there's an awareness there. So it's fair.
Went over everything, talked about everything over and over. And about the 3-hour mark, you know, once we were like, you know, moving and grooving, you know, we voted several different times in several different ways.
And that's interesting.
I first had everyone, we went like by each count, right? So I had everyone go one at a time in order of our juror numbers. So 1 through 12. And I was like, okay, so for count 1, point, you know, like whatever, count 1 in general, is she guilty or not guilty? And I had everyone go one at a time. We all agreed
That's
guilty.
fair. Okay. A lot of juries would have stopped there. Like, a lot of juries would have immediately been like, and we're done. Everybody said guilty. Nice work, everybody. I appreciate that they went through it more. Also, I noticed on this video comments were turned off. A number of you said comments had to be turned off. I hope the internet doesn't internet too much at jurors, because I want to see jurors come forward and talk about their experiences. And if the internet internets at them, I mean, would you? If you were a juror, would you though? I want to know what the jurors have to say. So it's sad to see that all the comments are turned off. It's probably for the best, but I love hey, we're being thorough. Right. That's what you want from a jury. You want them to be diligent.
After that, we did like an all at once vote. And I was like, okay. So for count one, like, raise your hand if you think she's guilty. We all raised our hands, but, you know, it's still doing our duty as we're supposed to. Went over it again. And so, you know, people were...
The other thing is, no one tells you what to do outside the jury instructions that we all hear in court. No one says, take one vote and be done. No one says, take 3 votes and be done. No one says, this is the right way to vote. This is the wrong way to vote. They go into the jury room, they have the list of instructions that we've all heard, and then they have to figure it out for themselves. And sometimes people have been jurors before, and they say, okay, well, we did it like this before. Sometimes no one's been there before, and they're all like, so we just chat and then we vote. It's not easy. You have to figure it out for yourself. No one tells you exactly how to do it. Every jury gets to decide for themselves how they go through that process.
They're still talking, just like, you know, they're sharing their thoughts with each other about the case and whatever. I was passing out 12 pieces of paper
I like
for everyone
that.
to write their final verdict down. And then I emptied like one of the little containers we had for our snacks and had everyone put it in there. And I did this because I wanted people to, and I said this too, if anyone who's on the jury with me sees this, they know that I did this. I told people, I want you to be 100,000, 50 billion% sure of your verdict. So I want this.
I mean, I think that there's no way that Donna can argue that the jury didn't say not just beyond a reasonable doubt, but beyond all possible doubt, because I want everyone to be 1,000,000% sure goes well beyond, I think, how a lot of attorneys would explain reasonable doubt, but it goes to how every defense attorney would want to hear a jury explain reasonable doubt. Every defense attorney is going to want to hear a juror say, no, I need you to be all sure. All. Not meh, sure. All sure. I want you to be 100% beyond any doubt. You can sleep well for the rest of your life. Sure. And I think that's fair. And I think that's what defense attorneys would want to hear. And I think it's what you would want to hear if it was you, someone you loved, that you want the jury to say, I want every single person on this jury to be absolutely, without a question, sure, period. Love it.
I want people to write down what they honestly feel and
Love
think
that.
based on the evidence and the law provided. And without feeling pressured to go along with what everyone else is saying.
I love that.
You know, this is how we can be sure that everyone's on the same page. So write down your final verdicts. We'll go over it. All 12 pieces of paper.
Yeah, and Florida's language is not nearly as to a moral certainty. Massachusetts is one of the only jurisdictions I've heard with that language. But I appreciate the checking in with everybody. All of you need to be sure. Love it.
Guilty. And before I filled out the final verdict form that we had to fill out, we did one more vote. And I went around and everyone needed to tell me out loud and to each other that they found her guilty on all 3
She polled the jury. That first Karen Reed jury wouldn't have ended up where they were if this juror had been on that jury. She's like, no, I'm polling the jury. Every single one of you, tell me what your vote is. We would not have ended up where we ended up in Massachusetts and Karen Reed won had this person been on the jury, right? Because they would have gone around and been like, no, tell me what your vote is. Let's figure out where we're at. Fair.
And that's what we did. And then, you know, filled out the verdict form, signed and dated it, knocked for the bailiffs to let them know that we were ready.
Love it.
Once they got set up in the courtroom. We went out there.
Dude, they got set up in the courtroom so fast.
Foreperson to stand. That was me. I didn't show the...
So the foreperson stood and turned over the verdict. So Donna got to see the foreperson. Y'all, I don't know what your feelings are about this foreperson, but I know what a lot of your feelings are about Donna. Do you think this foreperson annoyed the hell out of Donna? Because I bet it did. And I'm not mad about it. Honestly, I'm not mad about it. Because when Donna heard the verdict, Donna lost her mind. I wonder if part of that was because of the foreperson. Because we heard Donna and Charlie talking about how they didn't think much of Charlie's Tallahassee jury. I just wonder if Donna looked at a younger juror and went, but if you're a defense attorney and you hear this juror speak, this juror's like, I took multiple votes. I wanted everyone to be incredibly sure. We took this seriously. I wanted everyone to take this seriously. It's the kind of juror that you want. But I just wonder if it really pissed off Donna. Just curious.
Jurors, but it was me. And I signed the verdict form, which
Great.
I believe will be public record. But anyway.
Right now it's not public record.
After that, you know, like he read the, what do you call it, published the verdict.
And then, ma'am, are you going to tell us about Donna losing her mind?
You know, there was that outburst that we all saw.
Oh, yes, you are going to tell us what you're
We had
thinking.
to go back to the jury room, and when we came out, because to the jury room.
Ma'am, your face has subtitles and I'm living. I don't know why I can't just back up without it zooming. Oh no! What in the fucking TikTok? I don't know what just happened. Oh my God, that was me. No! Ah! I just wanted to look at her reaction again. Let me see if I can zoom. Okay, I'm going to do my best to zoom to where we were. I turned the volume down so I could do that, but it's a longer, I appreciate the length and thoroughness of her conversation, but I just wanted to see her face when she talked about Donna's outburst. She called it an outburst. Many of us likened it to a tantrum. The use of the word outburst indicates to me that this was not an emotional response and that she was not like, we saw her response. We saw her outburst. All right. Let's see if this is in the right spot. I don't know.
And then, you know, filled out the
we're
the
close.
verdict
We're close
form,
enough.
Signed and dated it, knocked for the bailiffs to
Perfect.
let them know
Close
that
enough.
We were ready once they got set up in the courtroom. We went out there. You know, judge asked the foreperson to stand. That was me. I didn't show the jurors, but it was me. And I signed the verdict form.
Well, the people in the
which I
courtroom would
believe
have seen it.
will be public record. But anyway, after that, you know, like he read the, what do you call it, published the verdict.
Yep.
And then
Her face tells you what she thought
you
of
know,
it,
there
right?
was that outburst that we all saw. And we had to go back to the jury room, and when we came out,
They
the
clocked
parties
Donna.
said that they wanted. Judge Everett went one by one, once again, with all of the jurors, and wanted to hear us say under oath that we find her guilty. And
Yeah, Judge Everett pulled the entire jury, but she was just like, again, Donna, your face. Part of the reason we didn't talk about this a ton on Thursday, it was an exhausting day for everybody. The jury verdict is not final at that point. And so there was always a concern that somehow a defendant's reaction in court could have one juror go, oh my God, I can't do this. I don't think that's the case with Donna after they saw all the evidence. I think this juror's face and what I've seen in the chat and my own feelings about it, after you see all the evidence, Donna going, oh my God, you're just like, oh, you didn't think consequences were coming. Okay. Look, here comes the consequence. You didn't think a consequence was coming. But when you have sympathetic defendants, there are cases where you're looking at the case and you're like, everything about this case sucks. The circumstances suck. That we're here sucks. All of this sucks. And it could sway an individual juror to be like, that's not my verdict. And that can derail everything. This jury saw shenanigans. I'm not surprised. But shenanigans. And I don't think they were swayed. I think they were just like, no, ma'am. All right, let's continue on.
And that is what.
Oh, TikTok. What are you doing? I didn't even touch it. I think we're almost at the end of this video.
And that's what we did. And then, filled out the verdict form.
There we go.
Didn't show the jurors, but it was me. Like you call it, published the verdict.
Okay, wait. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit.
The jurors and wanted to hear us say under
Okay,
oath.
pulled.
It was such a wild experience.
I don't doubt that.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait to share so much more.
Okay, let's hear it.
So I'm going.
I can't use TikTok. All right, that's part one. Let's go to part two. And I'm very interested to see. Again, I am trying to.
Also, probably long at the same time. Yes.
All right, I'm going to turn that up just a little bit. Straight to number two. And Abita said some body language guy analyzed on his reaction as rage. I don't disagree at all. We have talked about the fact that Donna contorted her face. She was not crying. I also think it was rage. I don't disagree. Based on what we saw in court. So let's see. A couple of you are asking about the Consequence song. It was a meme. It was a meme. Look, here comes a consequence. It was a meme. I don't know where the meme came from. It was, all I want is Wingstop. I've worked 10 hours. Let's see. I don't know what I've done to this screen to piss off the TikTok, but we're there we go. All right. Let's try this again.
Yes, I do. And do I think she is next? Do I think Harvey might be?
I did not modify this video in any way. I don't know why it is modified, but it is modified in audio. I didn't do that. The question is, do you think Wendy was involved?
Absolutely, I do. Now, the state hasn't said that specifically, but there's evidence showing that they were aware of what happened. And I mean, I had to think back and take my notes because, write down new notes. We couldn't take the notes that we took during the trial out of that jury room. They get disposed after deliberations.
That's true. The audio on this one's a little bit different. The jury notes that they take get destroyed. They can use them. Some judges don't let them take them into deliberations. Some do, but they don't get to take them home with them.
Now, if and when the state goes after Wendy, I think they will. I think it's going to be to a lesser degree. It's not going to be the same charges, only because.
Y'all, if I could make this smaller, I would figure it out. I think this is sped up on her end. I did not speed it up on my end, which makes the shaking a little bit more. So sorry. I don't know how to make it smaller. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me try. I can try to make it a little bit smaller. I'm sure I will mess something up, but I can give it a try. Maybe that will lessen the impact because it also makes me motiony. Let's see if I can do that without messing things up too badly. All right. That's a little bit better. Let's see. I'm going to have to reset this afterwards. Miguelina, don't let me forget to reset my entire layout afterwards because I'm going to mess it up. But hey, why not? It's going to be fine. We'll do it in real time. Why? Because we have new software and we can do it however we want. Look at us. Just figuring shit out. Okay. That there. Let's move this here. It's a little bit smaller. That work for y'all? Better? Better? Let's see. Hopefully it is. We'll figure it out. We'll fix it in post.
She insulated herself from her family, from the situation very, very well. Very well. And she also played dumb very well.
We're talking about Wendy in this.
I feel like that's when we saw the acting that Miss Donna referred to previously. She played.
Oh, they clocked the emails. When she says we saw the acting that Donna referred to, the emails were telling Wendy to give the performance of a lifetime. And the jurors are just like, clocked it. Clocked the performance of a lifetime. They're like, huh, that's what that is. And again, we saw this with Donna, like scripting to Wendy what to say to her lawyer. We saw this with Charlie scripting to Katie McBanawa exactly what to say. So by the time we get to the jailhouse informants, we have this history of different people in the Adelson family telling others exactly what to say for them. Donna telling Wendy exactly what to say to her lawyer. Donna telling Wendy exactly what to say when she testified at Charlie's trial. Charlie telling Katie exactly what to say when they call the undercover or not the undercover. And then Donna telling those in custody what to say. Say it like this. Do it like that. They clocked it. So did y'all. Y'all clocked the same thing the jury did, didn't you? Oh, and telling Rob what to talk to the FBI. You're right. Cameron, you're right. Yes. Telling Rob. Don't talk to the FBI. Well, you don't know anything. Right?
Yeah, she plays that part way too good. So I do think that she will be next. I just don't know what extent. I don't know what she will be indicted on. But she was 100% involved. 100%. Because how would they know Dan's routine, right? Obviously, they were given his address, whatever. But the killer,
I mean,
the hitman.
It's fair that they would have known Dan's address because it was also Wendy's address. That's fair. But his routine,
they would have needed some sort of insight as to where they can find him.
Like, this TikToker is quiet. I'm trying to turn it up a little. Right?
It's crazy. Also, her whole testimony in her mom's trial.
Oh, there we go.
I don't remember. I don't remember 500 sips of water.
The juror impersonating Wendy Adelson's testimony at 1.25 or 2 point whatever is hilarious to me. Look, TikTok is not my preferred platform, but her clocking Wendy's testimony, look, there's something kind of validating about it. I'm just personal experience.
That has guilt written all over it. Anyone who knows anything about like interpersonal communication or body language, she's dripping in guilt. Okay. I honestly, I don't know how she sleeps at night, to be honest with you, but
jurors are perceptive. Jurors are perceptive. Their job is to sit there and look at people and be like, are you telling me the truth or are you fucking with me right now? And this juror was just like, don't play with me.
It's whatever.
I'm here for it.
As far as, did we discuss that in the jury room during deliberations? Not necessarily. We just described, we discussed things about her relating to her testimony and just like things in regard to the case because we had to stay on point. You know, that's what we were there to discuss. So not so much if we think she's next, but after we were released.
I appreciate that the jurors were like, okay, but Wendy though, like, we can't like go off because it's not Wendy's trial, but also, what about Wendy? I can't wait to hear what she says about after the trial because they all can stay in touch if they want to.
From our service. Walking back, being escorted by the bailiffs to the where we parked and stuff. It was very interesting to hear everyone's opinions because at that point in time we were allowed to talk about it because we were dismissed from the jury, whatever. Everyone agrees. She's probably gonna be next. We just don't know to what extent.
Ma'am, you know, there's nothing improper if the jurors like get together and like go to lunch or have like a potluck or whatever. Y'all can stay in touch. Lots of jurors do. it might be interesting to go grab a coffee and get to have like a for real conversation about this case, because y'all have been through something very unique.
Because yeah, like I said, she insulated herself from the situation and her family way too good. Like I said, she plays the role of dumb, and you know that term ignorance is bliss. Like she is taking that to a whole new level.
What this juror said, though, is going to be interesting input for the prosecution as it comes to the next trial. Because if this jury is already feeling, and look, they don't have as much information as they would if this was a trial against Wendy, right? But if the ignorance is bliss is how the jury's feeling, it's something that the state is going to have to overcome, because there are a lot of messages we saw where Charlie and Donna are saying, don't tell your sister, don't tell your sister. So that is a defense that they are going to have to overcome, because this jury is like, she really did try to insulate herself. And she did. Now, whether that was Donna doing it or Wendy doing it is going to be the question. Because when we look at this, I use the domino analogy, the prosecution uses the train. Either way, you know, you can really look clearly at like Charlie to Katie, Katie to Sigfredo, Sigfredo to Rivera. And then in this trial, you get Donna to Charlie. Well, was it Wendy to Donna, Donna to Charlie? Or was it Donna pushing on Wendy and Charlie, and both of those dominoes fell and started different paths of action? Where Wendy was going down the path of action, sending information on Jeff to Rob and doing other things, and Charlie was talking to Katie. Was Donna the domino that pushed down both of them? Or did Wendy push on Donna? Which way did it go? Because it could be Donna pushing on both of them and telling Wendy to play her part. Do your part. We'll see.
Now, she states that in her testimony, she, the morning that Dan was shot, right? She was going to meet some friends for lunch. She
the
liquor
liquor store
for like a stock.
Right, like, girl, whatever. Right though?
Now, the liquor store she chose was completely out of the way. The route she took, completely out of the way. There was that exact liquor store.
The prosecution made a map of this, and I had gotten it wrong, probably to the frustration of many that watched Charlie's trial. I had gotten this wrong until the prosecution put it up on the screen. I was like, oh shit. When they put that map up on the screen of like, Wendy lives here, lunch is over here, other liquor stores like right here, and Wendy went like, boop, all the way down by the victim's house, by Dan's house, and then boop, all the way back up. I was like, oh, no. She could have just gone like right over to lunch, stayed all on that side of town. She sure didn't. They clocked it too.
That was closer to her house and in the complete opposite direction, but she chose to go this very long route out of the way.
Yes, she did.
And says she normally takes Trescott Drive, so she goes to try to turn, but there was the roadblock because at that point in time, law enforcement had arrived on scene. Dan was rushed to the hospital, yada, yada, yada. She says she encountered the roadblock, turned around real quick, and just like went a different way to the liquor store. But then they also brought in another witness. The state brought in another witness, the officer who was working like at the roadblock, basically.
It was like full don't be suspicious when she's just like she flipped around and took off. And they clocked it. They were like, me interpreting the jury.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Wendy hitting the roadblock.
Don't be suspicious.
Right? All of you in the chat clocked it. Wendy being like, what's going on over there? Never mind. Don't need to know. Let me get on out of here.
He states, which contradicts what Wendy said, that you could see Dan's house, the crime scene, all of the police cars and EMS, whoever else was there, right? You could see that from the house. I mean, from the roadblock.
That was me.
And whereas she claimed you couldn't see it. So knowing that, he also identified her car in the trial during his testimony. He saw her car, and most people, like when they get to a roadblock, they, kind of turn slowly to get, like, we're like, oh, what's going on? Like processing it. No, she like whipped in and out, right? And now knowing that she could see the house, and she didn't make any calls to the daycare, to Dan, to check on him, the kids, no calls to law enforcement to see if anything was okay. I mean, like, come on.
it just doesn't add up.
It doesn't make sense with how people would behave, which were exactly the questions that we asked during the trial. Wendy, you see that and you go, your kids slept there that night and you don't ask any questions? It's all good? The jury's like, that's not real behavior. That's not how anyone would act in that situation. And they're allowed to make that determination. They're allowed to go, that behavior doesn't track.
It doesn't add up at all. What else do I have? And then her ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse, testifying. Now, granted, I will say, I think it's very weird that she told him about the hitman thing in confidence, and then he didn't report it. But, again,
They want to know more about Jeff too. Hey, Jeff. But I know Jeff was interviewed by police. I have not seen that. If Wendy ever went to trial, more of that would come up, I would imagine.
Gonna do at this point. But that's one thing, like towards the end of their relationship, they were discussing, like the relocation thing, because apparently that Wendy always talks about that, and like the divorce file, yada yada yada. And she said, well, can I tell you something in confidence?
Which is
and
weird.
She said, yeah, my brother looked into that hitman thing, because at that point in time he was there to witness it.
Then again, if someone you're dating says that to you, you're like, okay, that's weird. But who do you even report that to? You don't really tell anyone that. You're just like, that's strange. If he didn't tell law enforcement after Dan was shot, I would have more questions. If he did tell law enforcement, hey, this thing comes immediately to mind, less questions.
Joke from Charlie, like, oh, a TV is cheaper than a hitman or something like that. I'm getting off track. Anyway. Yeah, but anyway, his testimony, like, basically the last time that they got together, July 11th, 2014, they met up somewhere. I think it was hot yoga. And
I'm still fussing with my layout.
basically,
Apologies,
he, at that
chat.
point in time, knew the relationship was over. So he literally backed off as they were leaving, whatever, didn't say anything. But then Wendy turns around and asks him very weird and specific questions about his travel plans in the coming days.
This part, on that day of trial, my takeaway from trial, the day that Jeff testified, was A, they went to hot yoga. Fine. B, hey, what's your route? That shit's weird. That's one of the points that stuck out with me so much. Wendy, you're breaking up with a dude, you drag him to yoga, he doesn't want to go, and then you're just like, hey, you still going out of town? What time are you leaving? Where are you driving? The only reason my spouse is ever asking me, what route are you taking, is if A, there is road something that they need me to know about, or B, they're asking where I'm stopping for snackies. It is such a strange question. Like, I'm breaking up with you, but please, let me know exactly how you're driving. Could you be more specific? Like, are you going by Dan's house? Like, is your phone going to ping off the tower near his house? Like, which way are you going at what time? Wild.
And, with that, the first time the hitman had come to Tallahassee, they rented a car, a Nissan, that looked just like Jeff's car at that time. And that point in time, too, she was asking specific questions about his travel. So, it's just a little weird. I think she's trying to set him up. And then all the details that they had, she had to have provided it. I mean, obviously. And then, let's see what else. Calling her kids by her last name before Dan was ever shot. And then legally changing their last name.
The prosecution fought to get in the name change. It wasn't necessarily coming in. But early on in the case, it's like, why does the Evite matter? Because the kid's name in the Evite about the birthday party was Adelson. Why does the Evite matter? That's why. And the jury clocked it too. Starting to call the kids Adelson before the murder is strange. That is not their last name.
And the older one's middle name, mind you. Middle name and last name, 1 year after he died. Also with that, she didn't take the kids to his funeral. That's a little strange. Yeah. They both, Wendy and Harvey, both knew. They didn't say anything. That is a crime.
I hate it. I hated hearing that the kids didn't get to go to their father's funeral. It sounds like there was a memorial in Tallahassee, but then a funeral in Canada. I hate that the kids didn't go to the funeral. I hate it. Absolutely.
itself, and I do think they're next. I'm just curious to see when. And
Kiddo's trying to get on the video.
Long story short.
I also appreciate that she's like, nope, 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 nope.
Oh no.
Okay, this is part 3. The question says, I'm sure this will bring you all the attention you've been working towards. Oh, social media being social media, right? We want jurors to talk. We want to hear what they have to say. Let them talk.
Y'all caught me. I wasn't actually on the jury. I just made it up because I obviously just wanted the attention from this.
Is this just a clapback video? Is there anything other than a clapback? Let's see.
Oh no.
I don't know how to TikTok, but if this is just a clapback, we'll skip to the next one.
Oh, y'all caught me. I wasn't actually on the jury. I just made it up because I obviously just wanted the attention from this. Oops.
I don't need to gain that volume up.
To be a juror in Florida, you must be at least 18.
Oh, you're saying mostly
criminal
clapback with questions at the end?
Not a current law enforcement
Okay.
officer.
Let me see if I can zoom just a little bit, because while the internet's interneting, we don't have to participate in the interneting.
Oh.
Also, I've done that terribly.
Oh.
Oh, it's like 7 minutes long. Okay.
That still shows me. So if you have
All
a
right.
lot of people saying the
I'm going to zoom to get to a few questions. So, but yes, as a reminder, when somebody is on jury duty, both sides of lawyers and the judge have to accept the juror. So the juror has to be accepted by everybody. So,
ex-military.
what in the fuckity TikTok bullshit what is happening? Ugh.
Just made it up.
I don't know how to I don't know how to TikTok. Ugh. Emily, is this why we don't pull up videos that aren't on YouTube? Yes. Exactly. Yes.
Look, I don't know what looks.
I don't know what's happening. It just keeps skipping. Emily, crash out incoming.
Oh no.
Okay, we're going to do this one more time. And if this one does not work, I will continue to lose my mind. But it will be fine. All right, give me 1 sec to zoom.
And the judge.
I'm going to zoom past talking about the background of the case. All right. And then let's see if we can make this work.
One of the first people to
All
say
right.
he did not want to be the foreperson. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, other jurors didn't want to be the foreperson. Great.
And a lot of people are saying that I'm the reason an appeal is going to happen, which is just crazy because if you actually watched and really listened to anything I said, it's just no words. Yeah, I've said absolutely nothing that could hurt the verdict that we can.
Also, just lawyer perspective on this. Look, an appeal is going to happen. Donna was convicted. She's going to appeal. It's not going to be based on the jury talking on social media about it. The jury's allowed to talk on social media about it. And you guys are telling us this one has the snackies information. Perfect. We're going to keep watching. B, I'm going to hold your question about responsibilities of foreperson for sure. But jurors talking about their experiences, even when we have seen jurors, this is not this case. Just hold on, because if somebody is half listening later, it's going to get very confusing. Look, we have seen other cases where jurors were not accurate, in my opinion, misleading in the information they gave to the court that came out later. Even then, it didn't end the case. A juror talking about what this experience was like and what they thought isn't going to change anything. It's not. Jurors are allowed to be on social. They cannot look at information about this case. It's like telling jurors you can't, read your email, or you can't read a newspaper. You can't read about this case. So if something about the case came up, it's just move on to the next. This is not the argument on appeal. Not at all.
Came up with, okay? Like, I'm not, whatever. And God forbid I be on TikTok. Oh my gosh. Somebody arrest me. Oh.
I mean, if you had posted these on YouTube or Instagram, it would have been way easy for my old ass. But I mean, you know, platform's going to platform. Every generation has it. I won't even ask you to post it on Facebook. I know not to ask for that much.
And, you know, again, I'm so sorry. I'm just so sorry that I mispronounced a couple words. I mean, do you know what it's like to have your brain working faster than your mouth sometimes? Like, there's just a lot going on. That was a very intense 2 weeks.
All of us, all the time. Always. And yes, it's fine. It's fine.
Secondhand, I guess, no, you probably don't know what that's like because you're not using your brain, so.
Oh, there's more clap back. I mean.
And, you know, with that, like, I don't know why a lot of you are even just running to the comments and saying that I am just so excited that we gave a guilty verdict. If you actually listen to what I was saying, that's not the exciting part for me. This is my first jury experience. I thought it was very exciting to do my part as a citizen and be selected after that very intense.
I can't change the volume of the background music, chat. I apologize. I didn't take that away from this. The excitement of being on a jury is what I took away from this. I didn't take away that she was excited about what the verdict was, but that she was excited to be part of the process. That was my takeaway. Laura, yes, YouTube never dies. Yeah, like Technoblade, YouTube never dies. YouTube is here. Come to YouTube. Come to YouTube.
Questioning for 2 whole days. I learned so much, and I like to learn, and that's exciting to me. If that's not exciting to you, that's okay. It's okay.
That's who you want to be on a
You
jury.
don't have to watch my videos if you didn't know that. You don't have to.
Ma'am, the internet does not know that. No, the internet does not know that they just can't watch your videos, because if they come across a video they don't like, it is apparently a personal attack to them, and they need to let you know about it. Not this side of the internet. The law nerds would never. But yeah, there are people that really don't know that they have that option. Yeah, I understand. I understand that 100%. But people can talk about their experience. Honestly, I rather see a juror talk in 7-minute, 8-minute videos where they're comfortable than trying to sit down on a set somewhere and talk for 2 minutes about their experience. I don't mind when they do that too. But, you know, Clerk of Court Becky Hill handing out which media outlets she wanted the jurors to talk to sat so badly with me. Like, it was so gross. I would so much rather jurors be like, look, I don't use my real name on this platform, so I hope that this juror doesn't. I don't use my name on this platform, so I can use a platform and share that it's me and share my experience, versus the clerk of court trying to like garner favor and influence by wielding that influence with media outlets that were then kissing her ass to try to get the scoop on the jurors. I hate that. I hate all of that. I much rather people, you know, if she wants to give an interview with somebody, I'm sure they're in her DMs, but she gets to choose. I like this way better. Just way better. Becky Boo's case is still going forward. There's just
also,
one little bug in my
if you
office.
can't understand that I clearly have like a sarcastic sense of humor, that is also okay, but it's really not my problem to appeal to you.
It is
to make you
not your
happy.
problem.
I'm not going to make everyone happy and please everyone that I come across in life, and that's okay. That's not my goal.
I mean, we just want to be you
I'm
when we grow
required
up.
to watch my videos.
I love it.
But anyway, let's get into it. I got a lot of questions about
Yes, let's get into it. I'm here.
snacks from Costco from Judge Everett. They were okay. I mean, having
no,
two
that
kids myself,
gained up
like,
too much.
I'm just like the snacks that we got were kind of like, you know.
Oh, I don't know if I can handle the snack slander. They weren't exciting snacks? What snacks were they? She was like, the snacks are kind of... I want to know more about the snacks.
It was very
It was very... Well, judges do have to do that out of their own pocket. They do go to Costco on their own and grab the snacks.
sweet though. Like, he didn't have to get us anything, so the fact that we had snacks was great. I know we had like fruit snacks. There was like those little cracker sandwich things, peanut butter and the cheese ones. Though.
Okay, I stand by those 10 out of 10, 100%, because here's the difficulty with buying snacks for jurors. Emily, do you talk about this with judges often? I mean, more often than I ever thought I would in my life. But here's the thing about juror snacks is you want to make sure that you are not bringing snacks where everybody's putting their hand into it, because you don't need all the jurors getting sick. So you need things that are individually packaged, that aren't going to cause allergy issues, that people can eat easily, that aren't going to be a mess, that don't need to be refrigerated. Again, that you don't have hands going into like a big bin of peanut butter pretzels or jelly beans or whatever. It's a little difficult to try to navigate. Can jurors bring their own snacks? It depends on the court. So yeah, it's not easy. Laura said, thought you were talking about Becky Hill, the English singer there for a minute. Oh no, clerk of court, courthouse Becky. So it is difficult to also find the balance on the snackies, right?
Nutri-Grain bars, chips, some chocolates.
Chocolates are kind. Chocolates, fruit snacks, peanut butter crackers, Nutri-Grain bars, energy stuff that's not going to put you to sleep. I like it.
Lots of coffee. And the only time we were provided lunch was the last day. So before, because even though we weren't deliberating just yet, we weren't able to leave the jury room for lunch. So they ordered us some Marco's pizza, which I love. I love Marco's. They said something about possibly ordering Hungry Howie's, and no shade to them, but I'm glad they chose Marco's.
I don't know Tallahassee, but I'm glad they picked pizza. I would hate to be the one person in the jury room being like, excuse me, I know it's weird, I'm allergic to tomatoes. No lunch provided. And a lot of the time, lunch is not provided. It really depends on the jurisdiction. A lot of jurisdictions, the jurors go out to lunch, and then lunch or dinner is provided when they're deliberating. But no, most trials, they can either bring their lunch or go out to lunch.
I don't know why people are so adamant that we were fed dinner and that took up most of our deliberation time, but that's not the case. We didn't get dinner. They came in the bailiffs came in probably 30 minutes before we reached our final verdict, asking if we would want dinner, but also explaining that it would take probably an hour to get there. And we're just like,
we're almost done.
No, like that's okay. You don't need to waste money to feed us when it's not going to be necessary.
We're almost done. That's kind.
So yeah, whatever. And yes, Judge Everett, he's great. Like,
Judge
he
Everett's
actually
bae.
really cares about his jurors, and he's very well poised and does a great job at keeping his courtroom in order. So I really appreciate that about him.
It's nice to hear what the jurors perceive, but Judge Everett's demeanor, there is just the smallest little bug. Sorry, chat. Judge Everett's demeanor is so even-keeled that the control of the courtroom is just so appreciated by jurors because it doesn't feel chaotic. I imagine the jurors in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed case felt whiplash watching the attorneys fight back and forth, and the judge just sitting there being, stop it, stop it. There are other cases I can think of too, but when everything just kind of operates as normal, it also lets the jurors just pay attention to the case and not worry about like, what are these lawyers doing? Why is everybody wilding out? Why is the judge being like, I will take away your coffee? That nobody likes that kind of chaos. I mean, on our end, we're like, damn. But jurors, it's so uncomfortable to sit there.
And then there's a lot of questions asking if I or the other jurors stayed for impact statements. No, we weren't allowed to. Once judge dismissed us from our duty, bailiffs had to escort us to our vehicles for us to leave. So yeah, we didn't get to see them.
But they can watch them later if they want to.
I also have not looked up like the other trials or anything else about the case.
Oh, interesting.
Just because, like I said, it's been a very long 2 weeks.
She's like, I'm done.
In my head, trying to like mentally recoup from that. So my brain needs to.
It's exhausting. These jurors must have been exhausted. I was exhausted. I'm sure y'all were exhausted. These jurors must have been exhausted, but I also love the like, I just don't need to know.
Break. I haven't. I also have a lot of people asking if my mind was made up before we deliberated. No, no. I stayed neutral through the end of the trial, just like we're supposed to.
I love hearing that.
Innocent until proven guilty. I kept my mind open and I took notes on everything. From when both the prosecutor and the defense were arguing their points, I took notes on everything. And what did we think of the attorneys? I mean, I can only speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for the other jurors.
I really appreciate that when people are asking, what did you think of the jurors? That she took a step back to say, I can only talk for me. But I also appreciate that she said, no, I kept an open mind. I wanted to hear what they had to say. I love it. I love hearing it.
That's up to them. I thought the prosecution appeared a lot more organized and well prepared. But
Well,
also,
facts.
That's their job. The defense, on the other hand, I of course found them to be a little unorganized, but in their position, they technically didn't have to argue anything. That's the burden of proof was on the state and not the defense. So
that's incredibly fair. Like, the prosecution's organized, they should be. The defense didn't have to do anything. So yeah, they're a little unorganized, but also it sounds like this juror didn't hold it against them. It was like, I mean, yeah, it is what it is, but they don't have to do anything. That's incredibly conscientious.
Oh, they could have quite literally said nothing and they wouldn't have been in the wrong. So it is what it is.
That's fair. That's literally exactly what the law tells them to do. That's exactly what the law tells them to do. The defense doesn't have to do anything. And she took that to heart because that's following the law. You can't ask for a juror to do any more than follow the law and say, I mean, yeah, they were a little disorganized. That's just facts. But also, they don't have to do anything. So I'm not really judging them on that. Yeah, fair. Following the law. Love it.
A lot of people seemed really focused on my age, which is very strange to me.
It's the internet.
We had a super balanced jury, like a big age range. I was not the youngest one on the jury. And once again, if we're looking at the jury requirements in the state,
I think the law nerds just want your skincare routine. That's all. But yeah, the internet's going to internet. Also, I don't want a jury that is just made up of people within 3 years of each other. I want jurors with different life experiences, with different backgrounds, with different educational experiences, and of different ages, because they bring different perspectives to the 12 of them to have a conversation. So yeah, love it.
Have to be 18 at minimum. So I mean, like,
I've had 18-year-old jurors. It's great.
Whatever.
Love it.
And then got a lot of questions about crime scene photos. Yes, we did see them on the first day of trial, and then also the last in some closing arguments.
And
also,
chat, I can't turn down the background music. It's within the TikTok video. It's not my platform of choice. I don't know. Can't help. Sorry.
Back to like the appeal thing. I can't reveal too much when all I have said is like my opinion on, first of all, some things, and then just we literally only had to go off of evidence. So I don't know how I could reveal too much.
You can't reveal too much.
Revealed.
She can talk about anything that she wants to talk about. She can reveal anything she wants to talk about. She can talk about anything she wants to talk about. That's all. That's not going to upend the case.
We had the definition of the laws spoken to us, and then we also had a copy of them to take back to the jury room.
Which is exactly what they do.
So like when we went over everything multiple times, yeah, we went over how the evidence applies to those laws multiple times. It's not hard to have common sense, but whatever.
She says on TikTok, it's not hard to have common sense as people are giving this juror a hard time about literally everything. It sounds like from the way she's clapping back. It shouldn't be hard to have common sense, but also sometimes the internet gets ahead of itself.
Came to share
Not
my
over
insight,
here.
but there's a lot of people who took it the wrong way, and that's okay. So although this has been fun, I think this is going to be all for me because it's just whatever. I hope you all have a lovely weekend, and I hope some of you act like better human beings than you have, especially to those strangers on the internet.
I don't love that people are giving any juror a hard time. I want to hear from jurors very much. I want jurors to share their experiences. I want them to be able to speak in their authentic voice and share the way they're comfortable sharing. That's what I always want to see from jurors. Do I expect the internet not to be an issue? I mean, no, I exist in the world. I would like it to not be, especially once a juror is authenticated. There were times that we have seen people fake being jurors, and that creates problems. There are times people have faked being jurors during trial, and that creates problems. But once those in the courtroom authenticated this as a juror, I have no problem with people sharing how they want to share. All right, next video. This is a question that says, also, biggest cringe moment for me was when the attorney for Donna joked that the court reporter was going to quote unquote shoot her for talking too fast. Please tell me you guys heard that. Y'all asked in the chat about this. Her chat's asking about this. All of us sat here and went, oh, counsel, no. Jason S. Mouse in the chat said, lawyer, had no issues with these videos, Emily. He's younger than I am. He shouldn't. I can't TikTok well, apparently. Next time Peter has a streaming issue, though, I'm going to go over and be like, well, streaming is dynamic, isn't it? We all also cringed. EDB, can you get in trouble for faking as a juror? I would never know. Are there consequences? It really is situationally specific, but it's also jurisdictionally specific, but it takes up time and resources if the case is going on. If it's after the case, and after the case someone pretends they're a juror, then it's really on the media and social media to vet it, because the courts aren't going to come out and vet it. But if it is during a case and somebody is coming out as a pretending that they're a juror, talking about the case while it's ongoing, then yes, that could cause problems. And yes, there could be consequences depending on what they're doing. So it really depends on the circumstance. That happened. Oh, was it? It might have been the Daryl Brooks case where somebody was online pretending to be a juror talking about the case during the Brooks case ongoing. So it can happen and there can be consequences. Okay. All of you are saying it was Brooks. I thought so. I'm interested to hear what the jury thought about counsel's turn of phrase.
I do have to chime in on this one. I did hear that. I thought it was extremely tasteless. When we were finally able to deliberate, I brought that up, and I think about 50% of us caught that joke that she made, and 50% of us did not hear it when it happened. But considering she was the defense attorney on a murder trial for someone who was shot, and she makes that joke, it didn't look good. That's all I'm going to say.
It is not the best turn of phrase. People say things when they are in trial because their brains are also tired. However, it was one of those things where lawyers might be in lawyer mode and not step back to think about how it might be perceived by others when they are in like full trial mode. But the jurors will clock it. And I think defense attorneys go in needing just for the jurors to wait for their case and to listen to them. And when the defense attorney is discombobulated and joking like, oh my God, I got to slow down this question because if I don't slow down this question, the court reporter is just going to shoot me. And so I got to talk slower. Everybody's like, counsel, we're in a murder trial. So being like, if I don't slow down, the court reporter is going to shoot me it's not going to help, because she's not pointing to the evidence. She's making side comments about her own process. And the things that will change the way that lawyers talk to juries is the jury reaction. So when there are times lawyers argue things in court and we all go, ugh, I don't love that. If the jury's also going, ugh, I don't love that, it shifts the way that they behave in court, hopefully. Because it's one of those things that even if juries aren't like, oh, I'm holding it against this attorney. First of all, some might. But even if they don't, in the back of their mind, they're like, what are you doing? Like, how can I listen to anything that you're saying? Seriously. So there we are.
About that. I do have.
So I'm not surprised that this juror thought it was cringy. We did too. The second she said it, it was just. All right. I don't know if there's any more videos. Let me check and see if there's any more. Nope. This one is back to just normal content. So interesting to see the foreperson of the Donna Adelson jury take to social media to share her thoughts on the case. And she clocked a lot of the things that we clocked in the chat, that they listened to both sides, that they took lots of votes, that they were at guilty within the first hour and a half and then took time to discuss it, to go back and look at it again, to make sure that everyone, and this juror said, to make sure that everyone was completely solid, like 100, to a lot of you leaned into the language of Massachusetts, but to a moral certainty. Made sure that all of the jurors were comfortable, and then they polled the jury after they filled out the verdict forms and made sure that everyone confirmed that they were comfortable with the guilty verdict. And then the foreperson shared that the day of the verdict, they came out, their verdict was read, and they saw Donna Adelson's outburst, was the word she used, went back to the jury room, came back out, were all polled, and then went on their way. It was nice to hear the juror talk about how they followed the law, that they were mindful of one another to make sure everyone had a chance to talk with each other and feel comfortable in their verdict, because it's a serious matter, that they took it seriously, that they went through the evidence and talked about it. And at the end of the day, they were convinced that some of the testimony was very telling to them. And of course, she was asked, what do you think about Wendy? And she said, look, we focused on Wendy's testimony and her, helpless act that we heard Donna refer to. We heard Donna refer to the act. Give the performance of your life, Wendy. This jury clocked quite a lot of the things that we saw during trial and had praise for the judge and how he controlled his courtroom and how mindful he was of the jury. But also, when asked about what did you think of the attorneys, the foreperson gave an incredibly considered answer saying, look, the defense seemed more disorganized, but the defense doesn't have the burden. The defense doesn't have to even put on a case. The defense doesn't have to do anything. It's on the prosecution. This foreperson listened to the law and did what was asked, applied the law to the facts, made sure everyone in the jury room deliberated, made sure they took multiple votes, and came and rendered a verdict unanimously that they all felt was the correct verdict. You can't ask for anything more in a juror who's taking 3 weeks out of their life to sit and determine the facts of a case while both sides argue that it should be their way. I love it when jurors come forward and talk. I really appreciate the enthusiasm of being excited to be a part of a jury. I know many of you, when you get called for jury duty, are just like, okay, jury duty is going to be hard, but I want to be on jury duty. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be a part of the system that impacts so many of our lives. And I appreciate jurors coming forward and sharing their experience, even when social media gets difficult. And I hate that side of it, that there's always going to be people that just want to shit on it. And I hate that. I want to hear what jurors have to say. We learn about what they're thinking. We learn about how they see evidence. We learn about if they understand the verdict forms or not. We learn about how they follow the rules. And we learn about how they handle cases in a dynamic media landscape that is still, for the law, new. It used to be telling the jurors, just don't look at the paper. Okay, well, that's not the world we live in anymore. And to hear jurors talk openly about, yeah, I was still on social media, but my social media page doesn't have anything about this because this isn't the side of social media I'm even on, really goes to how personalized algorithms are these days. Because there's stuff happening all over social media that I know nothing about and have to ask my kids about because that's my age. With all of it, I'm really happy to see how considered this jury was. And I really love that this juror talked about the fact that these jurors really didn't know about this case before they came in. To hear Donna or Charlie Adelson tell it, this case is the biggest thing that's ever happened, and everyone knows everything about the case. And they were able to find jurors who were just like, I mean, who? What? They found them in the Gwyneth Paltrow case. They found them in the Depp Heard case. And they will continue to find jurors in high-profile cases that don't know about the cases. And I think individualized algorithms actually improve that a bit, because if people don't care about cases, they're really not going to see it. They might be able to tell you everything about, I don't know, the native snakes of Tennessee, Dr. B, or, the rankings of all of the 2025 DCI shows, because that's what they're looking at on social. But they're not going to start getting random stuff because algorithms are so personalized. And so I actually don't think it's unusual that a juror can be on social media and see nothing about a particular case if this is not what they're interested in. And if a juror is particularly interested in following courts and cases, they might not be a juror on a given case anyway, just because they know so much about it. And that's okay. So I'm not surprised. I know that a lot of attorneys say, how are we ever going to find a jury in this case? They found a jury in lots of higher profile cases. They will find juries, even if they have to bring jurors from a broader area. There are plenty of people that are living their own lives that aren't paying attention to these cases at all because they're more interested in, tell me the thing you're interested in. That's the thing. Tell me what you're interested in. There are people who are more interested in crocheting or yarn or pens or building a chicken coop or digital note-taking or music or bands or learning a language or drama with Duolingo, or a lot of you said BTS, or football or other sports ball or birds or whatever it is. And this wouldn't come across your feed. So I love hearing it. I love hearing about it. Speaking of things that we are niche interested in, before we tootle on to other areas in Florida. Also, how many of you watch the just the full rug cleaning, yard cleaning videos? Because there's a whole side of the internet with people just power cleaning shit. It's fascinating. A lot of you are saying K-pop demon hunters. I love it. Some of the baking there's two sides of a lot of you are saying baking videos. There are two different sides of the internet on baking videos. There is a very wholesome side of the internet on baking videos. And then there's a side of the internet that I wandered onto, which is because algorithms have clocked me accurately. There is a whole spicy side of the internet with baking videos. I'm not mad about it. But then again, I end up with my teen seeing that I commented on a video and he's like, Mom, help. All right, internet, you've won. I comment on a video. You're going to show it to the other people who follow me. Damn it. It's appropriate when it's the law nerds because they're like, girl, what side of the internet are you on? Y'all are with me talking about dragons, but I don't need my teen to know. Damn it. All right. Spicy baking videos. Y'all know what I mean. Those of you who don't know what I mean, it's book talk adjacent. Just I'll leave the chat giving recommendations. Speaking of niche interest, I'm going to share a niche interest thing with y'all real quick if you'll give me just one moment, and then we will be scooting on to talking about Sarah Boone. And then we will go scoot, boot, and scootin'. Boot, scoot, and boogie. We'll scoot and talk about the TikTok psychic because she filed stuff in court. Who said hoof trimming? Same. I know, it's just so funny how we find our own little little sides of the internet, though Travis and I send each other like memes about orange cats and bands. 100%. Just all of it. All right, let me swoop. Let's talk about niche interests for 30 seconds, and then we will continue on. Where did I lost my swoop? Oh, there it is. I did that to myself. Emily, you've wrecked yourself. Oh, and I changed my whole layout. Damn it. It's fine. All of you who have followed me throughout the summer know that a lot of the travel I did this summer was with Travis and his DCI group, Drum Corps International. Refers to themselves as the Major League of Marching Band. It is like the pro football meets Broadway meets music meets everything of marching band. Also, as we know about many things in education, music education is one of those that is constantly fundraising. So I'm going to share this with you if you are interested. It is something I am participating in, well, because I'm purchasing tickets, but it is the last week for the raffle for the Cavaliers. I'm going to share the link in the chat and in the description. If you are interested in the badass bourbon raffle, if that is something that is for you, if it is not of interest for you, do not worry. If you're on the replay crew, you can skip. I'm going to link the link down below. Look, there are lots of prizes. There are lots of bottles. You have the chance to win a getaway that is very fun and fancy. They have a separate raffle if you are new. There is a rookies only drawing for a $1,600 bottle of Pappy Van Winkle. So if you enjoy a drink or want a chance to win a luxury penthouse for 5 nights in Puerto Vallarta, or you want to win an entire Pappy Van Winkle flight worth over $12,000, raffle tickets. So there is a veterans only drawing if you've done this before for Buffalo Trace. If you are interested, you can buy tickets. There are tons of prizes available. If you are not a bourbon drinker, this is probably not the one for you. You can still go on and donate if you don't want to win. But if you are a bourbon drinker or would like to be, or hear me out, if you just want to do a raffle that is a 501c3 and then distribute these for the holidays, now is the time. Now's the time. Grab some tickets. If you win and don't want all the bottles, these are excellent Christmas presents. And that absolutely helps with supporting the Cavaliers, which is Travis's DCI group that I shared so much with you about the summer. We will share the link below. You can go to buy tickets. Over $35,000 in prizes. Thank y'all. So for those of you that stopped drinking, this is probably not the raffle for you. I get it. And that is completely fair. If you want to donate, you can. Again, it's a 501c3. I love using a raffle to get Christmas gifts. So that is what I will be doing. So they will ship them to you if you win. And all of the details are on the flight. On the page, I would need to double check on international shipping, international law nerds, because there might be some quirks about international shipping. I would just take a look at their exclusions. And they did an early bird drawing with their winners for the early bird bourbon raffle. And they will link all of that below. I'll share it on socials later. So if any of you would like to join the fundraiser, go right ahead. So all of you are saying, it says they do not ship. They have to ship somewhere because you cannot go pick them up. But I will clarify, we do not offer shipping of alcohol. How do you pick them up then? If not, I will figure it out. We will get them to you. So it will be in the descriptions. I will figure it out. But you have to pick them up in Illinois. All right, well, then we need to figure that out. I will have to look because shipping alcohol can be difficult. Signature and proof of ID will be required. Well, there's the answer on shipping. I bet we could figure it out, though. I bet we could figure it out, law nerds, because items must be delivered in person by staff. Well, we will figure it out because they're the states with shipping limitations. That makes sense. Well, if you're in the Illinois area or you're going to be in the Illinois area, there you go. So for some of you that can't ship, that's fair. So that's why I said, look, we do not ship. It was in the terms and conditions. But if you are interested, you can join the raffle. If you want to support without joining the raffle, there are links to do that on their site as well. So, and if we need to arrange Lawnard pickup, we can figure it out. But then, well, we could figure it out in the US. Let me look at that this week and I will keep you posted on social if you are interested. Because I can find a way. Because all of you are like, Emily, pick it up and drop it off. I could pick it up. It would be making sure that I could get it to you. Let me think about that, because that would depend on the state. But I will take a look and I will let you know. So the website has the answers. We will figure it out. But if you want to support, you can support there. If you want to join the raffle, you can join the raffle there. And we can figure it out. So with all of that, I wanted to share that the raffle is ongoing. Thank you all for checking the terms and conditions. You guys are the best. So we'll figure it out. I'll keep you posted in the Lawnard app. I'll send a message. We'll see. All right. Tater Farm said $1,600 what? Bottle of bourbon. $1,600 bottle of bourbon. With all of that, Lawnards, you guys are the best. Thank you. All of you are like, we could meet up at Buc-ee's. We could meet at Buc-ee's and Kentucky's. All right. The question is, do we fly to other Florida or do we just swoop? We can just swoop. But I'm going to need to pull up court documents, and I have brutalized my court document layout. No, that's the wrong one, Emily. I've brutalized my court document layout. Lisa G123 said, can we just donate? Yes, there's a link on there where you can just donate. So yes, you can. Let me swoop. We'll fly when we go to Idaho. I think that's fair. We are going to talk real quick about what's going on in Florida with Sarah Boone. For those of you that are just like, what is the Sarah Boone case? I covered the Sarah Boone trial. I don't even remember when the Sarah Boone trial was, but I covered the Sarah Boone trial. It was another Florida case that ran quite long. Loved the judge. Sarah Boone has gone through numerous, we're now innumerable attorneys. For a period, she was representing herself. Then an attorney parachuted in for trial and then parachuted right back out for appeal. She was convicted of second-degree murder for zipping her boyfriend into a suitcase and leaving him there. Her entire defense was based around not intentionally. I didn't intend for him to die. Yes, second-degree murder. The intent is not an element. You did the thing. The intentional was the zipping into the suitcase. And then she was videoing herself, mocking him while he was telling her that he was unable to breathe inside that suitcase. It went to trial. She was convicted. Second-degree murder in Florida is also a life case. Life, period. I don't know if she understood that or if she just thought that, look, I'm going to keep telling you that I excel at everything I do and it wasn't intentional and you're going to believe me. The jury did not believe her. And at sentencing, she was still trying to get something out of the judge, hoping she wasn't going to get a life period sentence. And then after sentencing, she was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to tell you what. And then she sent to the court the unredacted statement that she wanted to make at sentencing, telling the judge and all the lawyers what she thought of them. I think after we saw all the evidence, going after a second was restrained. I mean, it's kind of same for the prosecutors, given that the sentencing is the same. No parole. I think she was offered 15 plus years. So, in one of the greatest miscalculations that I think we have seen, because the state was actually willing to work with her and she was not willing to work with them. She was convicted and sentenced to life. She is now going through the appellate process. The last time we covered it, she had written a letter to the court saying, hey, I haven't heard from my lawyer, and BT dubs, I have people contacting my lawyer every single day. There are people blowing up my lawyer's phone every single day. And the lawyer almost missed a deadline or did miss a deadline, got an extended deadline, and then is asking for another extended deadline. They have filed notice of appeal. They have not yet filed the appeal. So Sarah Boone wrote to the court. We covered that letter. But Your Honor, I haven't heard from my attorney. Can you make my attorney talk to me? And then we hadn't heard anything. So now that we've gotten the make my attorney talk to me, and the attorney filed a motion to be relieved as counsel saying, I don't do appellate work anymore, take me off this case. I kind of side-eyed that motion because when I took the case I did and now I don't. And the lawyer didn't say, and I have 11 people blowing up my phone and my email and everything else on Sarah's behalf daily, and I can't handle this case. That's not what they said. But we have 2 rulings from the court, one from the Court of Appeals and one from Judge K in Florida. We're going to go over both those rulings real quick. I am going to need to change around my layout just a bit because I changed it to make the TikTokies work better. And I don't want to, I didn't know how to just make it new. I probably should have figured it out, but I didn't. So let's see how we can get back to our previously scheduled documents. We can rebuild it. We can do it. Hold on. Let me move this one too, and then it will be fine. Let's move me over. All of the reconfiguring. It's going to be fine, I promise. All of the reconfigures. So, the best part is we get to do it live, and then we can see the documents and me. Hopefully that's helpful. And do all the things. And then I'll fix it. Well, later we'll fix it in post. It'll be fine. I just wanted to make sure the documents were big enough for you guys to see, which is one of the things I love about our new software is how easy it is for y'all to see everything. So let's make sure the document's nice and easy to see. You can see me, you can see it. We're all good. Good enough for government work today, friends. Let's continue on. Emily, that sounds like you've said it a time or two. Yeah. It's one of the things one of my mentors at the DA's office reminded me when I was frustrated that I was limited on time and resources. And she goes, today's going to have to just be good enough for government work. And I'm like, today is going to have to just be good enough for government work. I can't do all the things. I am only one human. I can only do so much. So this was filed on August 28th from the Court of Appeal. Here we go. By order of the court, the motion for extension of time is denied without prejudice, as appellant has failed to certify that he has consulted with opposing counsel as required by Florida Rule of Appellate Procedure. I certify the foregoing is true. So the lawyer for Sarah Boone asked the appellate court, can we have a bit more time? And then the appellate court said, no, you must talk to the other side. So they denied the request for more time, which means someone's going to have to file another request for more time and indicate that they've actually talked to the state. Well, guess what? Guess what? We've heard from Sarah Boone's attorney. They asked to withdraw, and the judge actually wrote an order on the motion to withdraw. So let us pull that up real quick. I'm going to make sure I can switch documents without drama, hopefully. Look at that. I think we did it. Swoop, swoop, new document. And now we can begin. All right. So this is from September 5th, Friday. This is from Judge K, the trial judge. Order on motion to withdraw and order appointing appellate counsel. The cause having come before the court on the motion to withdraw and request for appointment of new appellant counsel, and the court having been fully advised in the premises, it is hereby ordered and adjudged that attorney Joshua Adams ESQ is allowed to withdraw from further representation of the defendant. And Rodrigo Carico, I hope I pronounced that properly, is hereby appointed to represent the defendant in this cause. Good luck, Rodrigo. May the force be with you. Because I would tell the appellate court you're newly appointed and you need more time first, but that's just me. So the court has granted, as of Friday, Joshua Adams' request to withdraw as attorney for Sarah Boone. So Sarah Boone is at some point going to be notified that she has a new lawyer when she gets it by mail. Judge K has got to be like, I get it. But also, she has a life sentence. And with that life sentence, she is unlikely to be negatively impacted by the time that it takes to have her appeal heard. So we will see. I wonder if we will see Attorney Rodrigo say, hey, I've also decided not to do appellate work. It does say 2024. It's not. That's a typo. This was filed November 5th, 2025. So the filing stamp is from this Friday. The court has a typo. So sorry, Judge K, you have a typo. There's a typo down here too. Oh, the judicial assistant might have typoed it. The filing stamp is what we're going by. So this is the filing stamp is what we're going by. But yeah, the court will probably have to amend it based on the typo. The judge is not going to be thrilled by that. But look at the e-sig. The e-signature says 9/5/2025 at 14:57:37. E-signed by the judge 9/5/2025, 14:57:37. And there is an e-signature from the court clerk also at 9/5/2025 at 14:58. So no worries, everybody. It's just a typo. Typos happen. So September 5th this year. Good catch, chat. But the e-signatures give us our proper date, and so does the date at the top of the filing. So there we go. A new attorney has been represented or has been volunteered to represent Sarah Boone. And look, I understand that Sarah Boone is probably incredibly frustrated and feels that she wants to be more a part of this process. However, she has an appointed appellate attorney who is going to say, I need 3 months to review the entirety of the record. I will be in touch with you then. And then they should be in touch then. I have this amount of time and I will be in touch, because appellate work is slow and it takes time. And to be completely honest, appellate work doesn't require much input from the defendant, because all of appellate work is based on the record. The areas of appeal have already been lined out by Attorney Owen. Or Owens. I don't remember if it was Owen or Owens, but it's all based on the record. You don't need a ton of the defendant's input. I imagine that someone has attempted to clarify that with Sarah Boone, and she doesn't like the answer. So just because her expectations are not met does not mean the lawyers are doing anything outside of the usual. Because other than updates, you don't need that much input on the appeal. It's all based on the record. And if an argument wasn't preserved on appeal, then there's no amount of input from Sarah Boone that will change that. If it wasn't preserved, it cannot later be argued. Period. The question y'all want to know is, how many appellate lawyers does South Florida have? I don't know. But at some point, they're going to run out. But also, there are conflicts for a lot of the attorneys when it comes to the public defender, the alternate public defender. They had conflicts based on other cases. So they have to go out into the panel attorneys, or whatever they call them in Florida, the attorneys who agree to be appointed for a certain thing. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, Sarah's got a new lawyer, and the appeal is going to be put, I think, back before the motions are filed another couple of months. I imagine the state's attorney is going to be like, we understand there's a new lawyer. It's fine. Like, it's fine. We have another appeal to do. So Sarah Boone has a new lawyer. How long before she writes to the court and says her new lawyer hasn't reached out to her? 2 weeks? What's the over-under on that? Y'all let me know. Also, before we move on to Idaho, I want to just double check and make sure there's nothing new on the docket in Donna Adelson's case, because when I checked last night, there wasn't, but we've now had a decent amount of work day this morning. Yes, I added my clacky keyboard in honor of Judge E, but let me check real quick and see if there is anything new on the docket. The verdict forms weren't on the docket yet that were accessible. The some of the other run of court and minute orders and stuff was stuff that we had already covered, so there was nothing new. So let me check. I don't expect anything, but if it's going to happen while I'm streaming, I'd rather just cover it now. Emily, we don't do breaking documents. I know. But sometimes we do when it's a case that we've covered. Sometimes we must. Let's see. All the court exhibit lists have been updated. The jury instructions have been updated, and that's about it. I mean, that's fair. There's nothing new or unusual on the docket. So with that, I think it's time to grab a snack, hop EDB air, and get to Idaho. Idaho's lovely, but this case, man. Let's talk about it. All right, for those of you that do not know about this defamation case, let me give you the best synopsis that I can. When the, hunt for a defendant or leads to who had committed the quadruple homicide in Moscow, Idaho was going on, there were people on social media speculating wildly about what had happened, what the leads were, and internet detectiving was internet detectiving. As to the defendant in this case, who I am going to just refer to as the TikToker, because I don't think this behavior deserves their name getting more clicks on social media. They did tarot card readings and other readings on the history website at the university and decided that one of the professors in the history department was, well, behind all of the murders. Not that she had physically committed them, but she had asked people or solicited people to commit these crimes for her and was doing all kinds of social media posts blaming the University of Idaho professor for having these murders committed. It garnered quite a lot of headlines, quite a lot of views, and quite a lot of clicks. The professor from the university sent numerous cease and desists. As that tends to go sometimes on social media, those turned into content and not the warning that they were intended to be. So in 2022, the professor, in my opinion, couldn't really do anything but sue the TikTok creator who was accusing her of murder, among other things. The professor filed the defamation suit in federal court. The TikToker chose to represent herself pro per and has continued to do that. So when I say you should ask your lawyer, I mean, you should ask your lawyer or hire one and then ask them. But the TikToker is still litigating. So In all of this, the TikToker initially failed to respond, and then a default judgment was entered. And then the court allowed the default judgment to be stricken from the record and allowed the TikToker to move forward. Through lots of litigative process, the summary judgment motion was granted, finding the issue of liability in favor of the professor, meaning, in plain English, TikToker defamed professor. That is what the court ruled. Done. Done. The TikToker tried to relitigate that issue numerous times, and in much circular reasoning, it was incredibly frustrating. The court said no, also no, also no. So the case is resolved as to liability. The TikToker has been found liable. By court order, the TikToker defamed the university professor, but the issue remains damages. And so the court, the last time we covered this, set a trial date for damages. The damages trial will go forward to prove not just compensatory damages, which is like dollar for dollar compensation for things that have happened, but also punitive damages. Those are the punishment damages. Those are the you suck damages. Those are the don't fucking do this again damages, however you want to say it. Punitive damages are an amount that the jury finds like, stop it. We can only charge you an amount of money. Hopefully this amount of money reminds you to knock it off. Don't do that. So the trial will go forward as to damages. The jury will not be asked, did this person defame that person? The jury will be told, you need to find how much money, if any. It could be none. What, if any, money needs to go from the TikToker to the professor? The answer could be zero, but it wouldn't undo the liability finding that happened on summary judgment. Summary judgment is used when there's no true issue as to the facts. So the true issue remains, how much? The second asterisk to that question is, can they pay? Put that to the side for a moment. That is a whole separate part of this litigation. Because my big question is the TikToker even going to show up for this trial? Because I'm wondering, chat, we should ask the Mystic Pickle. Music to My Soul said, why could it be zero if she's been found liable? The jury could find that there was defamation, but it didn't cause a financial amount of harm. Or it could be, yes, we found a amount of harm that the university professor didn't lose her job, for example. But we will see some of the information in the filings. But if she needed medical treatment or therapy, it could be those compensatory damages of like, yeah, your medical bills were this amount and we can compensate you for that amount, but find no punitive damages are necessary. Now, if a jury finds that this is well outside the bounds of a civilized society, they can say, no, fuck you, pay. But we should ask the Mystic Pickle. I forgot that we had the Mystic Pickle. I needed a magic 8-ball and came across the Mystic Pickle and decided that the Mystic Pickle was the better plan than the magic 8-ball. So, Mystic Pickle, we're going to ask the Mystic Pickle and see what it says. Mystic Pickle, will the TikToker show up for their trial?
Could say yes, but the consequences could be dire, so you better not.
I don't, wait, no, my device is talking to me and I couldn't even hear the Mystic Pickle because the device was talking. I'm not asking you the question. I was asking the Mystic Pickle. We need to ask the Mystic Pickle again. All the lines got crossed. It's also eclipse season, so who knows what's going to happen. But the Pickle said, yes, but the consequences will be dire, so you better not. Let's ask again. Mystic Pickle. It was actually a pretty accurate answer. We're going to ask one more time. Will the TikToker show up for her own trial?
The truth will reveal itself when the moment is right.
The answer is she should, but she probably won't. And the truth will reveal itself when she doesn't show. When the moment is right. He's not wrong. The truth will reveal itself. She'll either show up or she won't. It's real fucking accurate. Oh, the sassy mystic Pickle. So remember, the court set a trial date. And which federal courthouse this trial would go forward in was part of the conversation when the court set the trial date. And the court laid out, I'm not going to go through it again because we went through it. The court laid out, this date needs to be in person. This date needs to be in person. This is the next date to have a pretrial conference. The court gave a very thorough breakdown of everything that needs to happen. And we had not heard anything from the defendant in this case. One of the questions I get asked a lot, and I will probably get asked as we go through this, is why hasn't the court thrown this out? Because the plaintiff who has been defamed sued and has a right to have this case heard. It feels like the behavior is so egregious. It's like, how are we in court for this? Because how else do you get someone to stop defaming you but for going to court if they refuse to adhere to cease and desist or rational conversation? Like, hey, I didn't murder anyone. Can you stop going on the internet and saying that I did? How do you stop it from happening? So the professor brought the lawsuit to stop it. And maybe hopefully when somebody Googles all of this 10 years from now, it also comes up that she won a lawsuit about it. But what else do you do? So that's why it doesn't get yeeted, even though it's really frustrating, because it's really frustrating. How do you make internet stop? And especially when there were so many headlines about this case and about these allegations specifically. Moscow PD had to put out a statement saying that they investigated this and they did not find any credibility to these allegations. It got that big that law enforcement had to make a statement. So let's take a look at what the court had to say, and then we will take a look at the new filing from the defendant. Because yes, there is a new filing from the defendant. So let's pull these up real quick. Nope, that one. There we go. Hopefully, this is nice and easy to see. Let me just adjust it real quick because why is my mouse not working? Is everything gonna, yes, everything's gonna be that way today. It just is. There we go. I wanted to make the text a little bit bigger for y'all. This is document number 101 from September 2nd, 2025. Chef Fullable said, I thought the countersuit was tossed. The countersuit was tossed. There is no longer a countersuit because the defendant tried to sue the plaintiff and her lawyers. The countersuit was tossed, but we still have to go forward with damages on the lawsuit. So that's where we're at. This is an order from the court regarding venue. A 4-day jury trial on damages. This is just damages. A 4-day jury trial is set to begin on February 24th, 2026. Y'all, the way I'm tempted, it depends on Corey Richards. Corey Richards is also supposed to start in February. This is in federal court. It will not be streamed. I am tempted. I'm tempted. We'll see what happens with Corey Richards. Within its August 12th, 2025 order setting trial, the undersigned, the judge, noted that unless otherwise ordered by the court or agreement by the parties, the jury trial, I imagine, will take place in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Order at number 1, docket 100. That same day, the court informally reached out to the parties to determine whether they preferred to hold the trial in Boise instead. Do you want to be in Coeur d'Alene? Do you want to be in Boise? Plaintiff soon thereafter stipulated to having the trial in Boise. Defendant did not immediately respond. On August 20th, 2025, the court emailed defendant. The court emailed the TikToker. The judge did. Kay asked, is this public? The trial will be public. It will be. It just won't be streamed. You can go sit and watch it, but it won't be streamed. The court emailed the defendant the following. As of now, the court is inclined to hold the trial in Boise, Idaho. Defendant, TikToker, please let me know by August 27th, 2025, if you oppose the trial taking place in Boise. In the event you do not respond, the court will understand that you do not oppose the trial taking place in Boise. Defendant responded later that day stating that she, quote, stipulates to have the trial in Houston, Texas, Federal District Court for the Southern District of Texas, pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1404A. Defendant did not otherwise indicate a preference for trial in either Boise or Coeur d'Alene by August 27th, 2025. The thing is, so venue outside of these two options is no longer up for discussion. So the defendant saying y'all can come to Houston isn't gonna work because the lawyer, in this case, the TikToker, did not have an attorney argue venue. So they did not argue at the beginning of this case whether it should take place in Idaho or where this defendant resides in Texas. In a lot of cases, jurisdiction is a very big point of contention. And when it comes to internet shit, it is something that can be litigated quite thoroughly or strategically determined one way or the other. This gets litigated over. Contracts are written determining these things. But what you can't do is be 3 years into a case and say, bring it to Texas. That's not going to work. This all leads me to believe that at the end of the day, they are not going to show up when they're supposed to. I don't think they're going to show up. I think that's going to end up with big problems, but I don't think that they're going to show up. I really don't. So, but the defendant saying, I agree to Houston, Texas, means that she did not oppose Boise. So, the court continues to say, the trial will take place in Boise, Idaho. Fine. To begin, as the court has already held, venue is proper in this district. CEG this case. Schofield versus Gouliard. This case. No. And yes, the defendant is representing themselves. The court said, considering 28 U.S.C. 1391b2 in the context of defendant's motion to dismiss, quote, here, owing to defendant's alleged defamatory statement, plaintiff claims to have suffered damage to her reputation, career, and mental health, all occurring in Idaho. Because there is no basis to conclude that the alleged defamation was felt anywhere other than in Idaho, venue is likewise proper in Idaho and in this district. Already ruled, already decided, tough. Moreover, General Order number 158 indicates that the court reserves the right to try a case within the district in any of its divisions. And then it says, see that order, which means they can move to a different federal courthouse within. So it's like, per my last email, per my last email, per my last email. Here, plaintiff does not oppose the trial taking place in Boise. Neither does defendant. At least as between Coeur d'Alene and Boise. To be sure, Boise is likely considerably more convenient to defendant than Coeur d'Alene, given the need for defendant to travel from Houston, Texas for the upcoming trial. Right. You can fly to Boise, you can get hotels, you can do whatever. But what you can't do is not show up. You have to avail yourself to the court in Idaho. And if you don't, you've already availed yourself to this court's jurisdiction as a litigant. They will start issuing, well, probably bench warrants, I would imagine. It doesn't often happen that people don't show up for federal civil trials. But I would imagine they would be like, we'll come get you. Or what I think they would probably do first is start fining the defendant for every day she fails to appear. For the first day you fail to appear, it's $1,000, and then $2,000, and then $3,000, or $5,000 a day or more. They can just start fining. It's going to be this much per day. Just stack it up. We'll see. For these reasons, as well as the court's general order, the order setting trial, it is hereby amended to reflect that the 4-day jury trial is set for Tuesday, February 24th, beginning at 9 a.m. Mountain Time. I appreciate that this court order specifies because some of it's Mountain and some of it's Pacific, and I always get confused. So, 4-day jury trial for Tuesday, February 24th, 2026, beginning at 9 a.m., Boise, Idaho, and 1, the second in-person pretrial conference is scheduled to take place at 10 a.m. Mountain Time on February 23rd. So we will know on the 23rd if the defendant shows up. I am not confident. So, will the court decide to fine the defendant for each day they failed to show up? Possibly. Will the court decide to just go forward with the trial without them being present? Possibly. Will the court issue warrants or attachment? Possibly. So we'll see. There will be other hearing dates before this, and we might be able to get a little bit of a vibe on what's going to happen. But right now, I'm odds in on she's not personally showing up in Idaho. That would be my guess. So the court says all other deadlines remain in effect. This is September 2nd, 2025. And wouldn't you know, we have a new motion from the defense. Also from September 2nd, 2025. So let's pull up. Nope, that's the wrong motion. Did I pulled up the wrong one. Here we go. Pull up. That's not what I meant. We're going to pull up the response. We are not going to go through all of it. We will go through a lot of it. But the response is 53 pages long. So, G Mommy says, can she zoom in? No, she was ordered to appear in person. She can probably ask. I don't think that's going to happen. She has been ordered to show up in person. So Zoom for trial when you are one of the litigants and the lawyer is not going to happen because she's the attorney. So it would be like the attorney and the party being like, can we just do this all on Zoom? All right. So this is the defendant filing on, let's see, September 2nd. Defendant's Rule 702 motion in limine to exclude expert testimony and evidence of witnesses. So the defendant is now making motions in limine ahead of trial. Defendant respectfully moves the court to exclude the, quote, expert testimony of two witnesses, apparently both named Rebecca, due to, and I am reading this verbatim, the complete failure of each witness to meet the required elements of Rule 702 and the applicable case law. This motion is supported by the attached memorandum in support, the exhibits, and Rule 702. So we're talking about expert witnesses. And can these expert witnesses be expert witnesses? Let's see what the motions in limine have wrought for us as I try to embiggen this. There we go, just a little bit. Certificate of service, scrolling on by. Defendant's memorandum in support of the motion in limine. Y'all, we'll get to what 702 is. I want to see if she describes 702 first. These are pre-trial motions. So she's making pre-trial motions. So there's that. Defendant respectfully moves the court to exclude the expert testimony of plaintiff Rebecca's witnesses, Rebecca and Rebecca. Is everyone really named Rebecca? That's my first question. Are plaintiff and both her witnesses all with the same first name? I've got questions. The aforementioned expert testimony fails to meet the requirements of Federal Rule of Evidence 702. Additionally, considering the testimonies are immensely exaggerated and fabricated, it is reasonable to determine that the plaintiff and alleged experts intentionally fabricated their testimonies to manipulate the court and jury to help plaintiff fraudulently obtain jurisdiction and fraudulently obtain a judgment with a large amount for damages. For the reasons above, defendant TikToker moves the court to exclude the testimonies of Rebecca Bond, M.A., and Rebecca Talent. So, normally what happens with experts is there's an expert that says X, and then there's another expert that says Y. So this is completely fabricated. I wonder if it's just that it's opinion testimony and TikToker is not living for...
That's my opinion!
Experts give opinions. So I hope there's more facts about what these experts are going to talk about. Background. This is the background of the case that Brian Kohberger has pled guilty for. On November 13th, 2022, 4 University of Idaho students were murdered. November 27th, at the request of a TikTok user, she uses this in every motion. This is not a defense. There is no TikTok privilege. Someone asked me to do it is not a defense. It's not. It's not a defense. But it's in every single one. At the request of a TikTok user, it's like, not intentionally. At the request of a TikTok user, TikToker used her claircognizant abilities with the assistance of tarot cards and oracle cards. Oh, more cards have gotten added into it. The oracle cards are like, how did I get into this shit? Leave me out of it. It used to just be the tarot cards. Also, this is not a responsible use of any of those things. That's a side tangent. Use the cards to get answers and to help law enforcement solve the murders of the 4 students. That's not at all what happened. During what she coined a quote unquote spiritual investigation, TikToker discerned that the students were murdered due to a targeted hit ordered by the professor. I'm going to skip past the rest of her defamatory statements. TikToker published the findings, not defamatory statements. They've now been ruled defamatory. TikToker posted the findings to TikTok, about 100 minutes of content amongst approximately 160-minute videos within a month. 100 videos in a month. Of those videos, about 7 minutes of the videos were regarding plaintiff. I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't looked at all the videos. I don't think they're all still up. I think her TikTok account got yeeted. TikToker also sent several tips to the FBI tip line on December 10th, December 14th, and December 16th. Here's the thing. If she just sent tips to the FBI, we probably wouldn't be here, right? Making a tip to law enforcement is often not going to be sufficient for a defamation case. But these statements weren't just made to the FBI, were they? On December 12th, 2012, my brain just time warped. On December 12th, 2022, TikToker received an email from attorney Wendy J. Olson that was sent on December 8th. 2 demand letters dated November 28th and December 8th were attached to the email. TikToker did not respond to demands in the letters because she believed that her statements regarding the case were substantially true. Oh no, she did make content about them. She didn't respond to the lawyer, but she did respond to the internet. But she believed they're true. On December 21st, 2022, the professor filed the complaint for defamation against the TikToker. On January 12th, the professor filed a motion for partial summary judgment, January 12th, 2024, and a motion for leave to amend the complaint to add punitive damages. The court granted both. They did. That's accurate. Accurate. They did do that. On March 15th, 2025, TikToker filed a motion for reconsideration on newly received evidence pursuant to Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 60B2. It was not an accurate motion. That's not what that means. The court denied the motion. Correct. The court set a deadline for Rule 702 motions for September 2nd. Now before the court is defendant to exclude the expert testimony. Okay. Let's dive in. Y'all are familiar with this case, right? Daubert? Familiar with Daubert? In Daubert, the court charged trial judges with the responsibility of acting as gatekeepers to exclude unreliable expert testimony. And 702 provides a framework. There has to be, say it with me, chat, methodology. It has to be reliable. We have seen so many Daubert hearings in cases that we've covered so much. Daubert provides the framework for 702. 702 says a witness who is qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify in the form of
That's my opinion!
or otherwise if the proponent demonstrates to the court that it is more likely than not that A, the expert's scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will help the trier of fact to understand the evidence or determine a fact and issue. B, the testimony is based on sufficient facts or data. C, the testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods. And D, the expert's opinion reflects a reliable application of the principles and methods to the facts of the case. I saw a couple of you asking, do you think she watched the Karen Reed trial for legal advice? I doubt it. The court said 702 motions and then said under Rule 702 are due. So I imagine it then required some research into what 702 is. We'll see how this is argued. So the argument is that the expert testimony of Rebecca Boone and Rebecca Talent fails to meet the standard established by 702. Well, then you would have a Daubert hearing, but okay. They say that Rebecca Boone, quote, expert testimony is based on her alleged credentials as a psychotherapist for 23 years. She claims to have a master's of arts in counseling psychology. Based on the resume provided, she is not an expert on any specific mental health condition. Okay. She is not a doctor, nor is she in the process of completing any PhD programs. Her being in the process of PhD is irrelevant. Okay. She cannot prescribe medication and has not conducted any clinical trials or research studies to challenge the current standards provided by the National Institute of Mental Health. None of that's required. The court may find her to be considered as an expert in general mental health counseling based on her education and experience. Okay. So if the court can find her as an expert in general mental health, what is she being offered for? I've got questions. Because what she's being offered for is what's going to matter the most. She goes on to say that the witness may be an expert in general mental health counseling, okay? But says that the expert is not an expert beyond the scope of general mental health and cannot diagnose post-traumatic stress disorder outside the parameters of mental health guidelines. Is this a treating doctor then? They say that the witness claims to have provided mental health services to plaintiff beginning May 8th, 2023. Okay, so yes, because pain, suffering, medical treatment, emotional distress will all come into damages. So she goes on to say that the witness diagnosed Schofield with lifelong PTSD. That's an interesting way to phrase it. I imagine that's not how the witness phrased it. But the therapist should be able to make that determination for someone she treated. They go on to say Schofield's alleged PTSD diagnosis does not align with the diagnostic standards for PTSD. This all goes to bringing in another expert. Like, you just bring in the other expert. So Schofield, the TikToker is arguing facts that need an affidavit. Like, these are things that need an affidavit. You can't, in emotion, say that their diagnosis is wrong without bringing in an expert opinion to say that, because your opinion doesn't matter. So she's arguing her own opinion that this expert can't make a diagnosis based on her reading of the DSM-5. She goes on to state that PTSD is defined as chronic fear to a perceived threat, and then goes on to go through to quote the DSM-5. The court will throw all of this out because this is not based on an affidavit of someone qualified to give this information. So she's listing what the DSM-5 says. She goes on to say that her tarot and oracle card readings posted on TikTok that discern that plaintiff professor is the person who solicited these murders, she says fails to meet the PTSD diagnostic criteria for a qualifying traumatic event. Says who? Like, who cares what you say? She goes on to say, even in the case of PTSD unspecified F43.10 footnote 1, and then she is going to quote the ICD code, which is misplaced, there must be a qualifying traumatic event. Says who? Says you? You need to have an expert testify to this. So your opinion doesn't count. This entire motion is based on the defendant's opinion without backing of an affidavit of a qualified expert, and therefore most of this motion should be stricken. She goes on to say there must be a qualifying traumatic event and that alleged defamation on social media is not a traumatic event. It's been ruled defamation. So there's that. She says alleged defamation on social media is not a traumatic event. Neither is actual defamation on social media. You have to have an expert give these opinions. Go find them. Go hire the expert to give these opinions. You cannot give these opinions. Additionally, the diagnostic criteria A4 specifically states that repeated exposure to adverse details of the traumatic event does not include electronic media. Says who, though? Because you're not an expert. So she is going on to say it's not possible for the plaintiff to have PTSD from a non-traumatic event. She goes on to say that the witness, Rebecca Boone, is a counselor that cannot prescribe medication and has not done any clinical research. So she is not factually she is not qualified to factually challenge the authorities in her industry. So go get the authorities in the industry as your experts then. Because this is what an expert is for. You can't just say that because you said so. Like, we can't just Ipsy Dixit our way through it. Right? She goes on to say she is not qualified to factually challenge the authorities in her industry, and therefore her testimony is not that of an expert, and that her education and training does not help a trier of fact understand Schofield's alleged mental health damages of PTSD because she cannot factually determine that the plaintiff's alleged PTSD is caused by the defendant, and that her testimony fails to meet Rule 702 because it's not based on facts or data. She's the treatment provider. Okay. She goes on to say that the witness's, quote, unsubstantiated and fabricated opinion is not that of an expert, it is that of an acquaintance. She's the treatment provider. She goes on to say that the treatment provider's attempt to blame TikToker for plaintiff's alleged PTSD is none other than a collaborative attempt of the plaintiff, the witness, and the attorneys to manipulate the court and jury to award a substantial amount for damages. So trial's an adversarial process. And in civil cases, each side hires experts. And since you are not an expert, the because I say so isn't going to work. And your options are to bring an expert to refute it or cross-examine it. But yes, each side brings witnesses favorable to their side. They're allowed to. That's how this works. You're incorrect. So she goes on to say, if plaintiff does in fact have PTSD due to the murder of the 4 students, it likely stems from witnessing the murders. That's not facts. Or having a close relationship with one or more of the murder victims. So she's arguing now the reason she's experiencing what she's experiencing is because she witnessed it, because she's the one who did it. That's where this argument's going, and that's not it. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's not how that works. Okay. She's the treatment provider. Let's continue on. All of this is based on unsubstantiated information. So this motion is not going to be well taken. Also, a lot of this is just for cross-examination. It's not going to keep these experts out. Rebecca J. Tallent's expert witness testimony. Well, let's hear what this is. The other Rebecca Talent expert witness testimony, Exhibit A, is biased. It's adversarial, not based on facts of the civil case, and has already been proven to be false. I'm very curious. Talent is Schofield's colleague at the University of Idaho. Her quote-unquote fabricated testimony that Schofield, the professor, will suffer reputational harm for 100 years or indefinitely due to the TikTok videos is not fact-based. Instead, it is exaggerated, fabricated, and unfairly prejudicial opinion.
That's my opinion!
The thing about experts is that they're allowed to give an opinion. And if you think that opinion is exaggerated, you bring in an expert to say that expert's wrong. So it's really just a battle of the expert. So, yeah, that's not going to work. But bringing in someone in the educational system to say this is how reputations work within academia is an appropriate expert. The motion says that the colleague's testimony is exaggerated, fabricated, and an unfairly prejudicial opinion. And this is just all speculation. She is likely providing false testimony in an attempt to help her colleague. That's for cross-examination. So to help her colleague prevail, in this case, to be the quote-unquote good guy and receive a substantial amount for damages. As she stated, quote, if you are victorious in a defamation lawsuit, you are the good guy, end quote, Exhibit A, page 7. Okay. It goes on to say, additionally, her opinion that the professor will suffer reputational harm in her career as a professor has already proven to be false. Talent, the witness, compares TikTokers and plaintiff's case to the incident at 3 Mile Island. I'm not going to go over her retelling of the 3 Mile Island nuclear incident, but it goes on to say that the witness provided no facts or data to suggest that the shutdown of TMC1 is due to defamation. I don't understand what's happening. Chad, I don't understand what's happening. I didn't want to read this whole paragraph. I have to read this whole paragraph because I don't know what the fuck is happening. Defendant says that the expert witness compared this case to 3 Mile Island. The incident at the nuclear facility involves Unit 2 reactor TMI. All of this is TMI. TMI2 accidentally releasing radioactive iodine and gas into the environment. It took over 15 years and $1 billion to clean it up. Epidemiological studies linked the event to an increased rate of cancer in the impacted areas. TM1 shut down due to economic reasons in 2019, but plans to restart within the next year or so. TikToker says that expert provided no facts or data to suggest that the shutdown of the nuclear reactor is due to defamation, and that the incident has no correlation to the facts of this civil defamation case. I mean, unless it taints everything it touches because it's blanketed over everything. The expert also compares TikToker's defamation case and alleged reputational harm to an incident with Tylenol. The Chicago Tylenol murders were a series of poisoning deaths resulting from Tylenol capsules being laced. Tylenol has since recovered from the incident. Again, this has nothing to do with and no correlation to the facts of the defamation case. So the argument, well, we're going to have to go look and see what the expert says, but hopefully that's attached. What is happening? But if we're comparing an incident to reputational harm, an incident, even if the person's not at fault, can cause reputational harm. I'm very curious now, because I'm also wondering if this is part of that expert's opinion and where the fuck we're going with any of this. It goes on to say that Talent's opinion that professor will suffer professional harm due to the allegations against her has already proven to be false. I don't think that's true. That's for expert testimony. Not only has the professor's career and reputation remained unscathed, how do you know that? Like, how do you know that her reputation remains unscathed? You would need, I don't know, chat, what am I thinking of? Oh, an expert. You would need an expert to come in and say her reputation has remained unscathed. Because I'm sure there are some universities that are like, this is drama, we don't need to touch. And it's really hard to prove reputational harm, which is why you bring in experts to talk about it. But the TikToker says that the professor received praise from online communities, strangers, students, family, and friends. Her friends stood by her. Therefore, no reputational harm. She goes on to say that the professor has received support and financial donations from the University of Idaho's chapter of the American Federation of Teachers, the Idaho Federation of Teachers, and the National Legal Aid Committee. Okay. So they supported her in fighting this lawsuit? That doesn't mean that other universities don't want any part of this. You would need an expert. The motion goes on to say that expert talent's extreme opinion comparing TikToker or comparing the professor's reputational harm to Tylenol and 3 Mile Island is false, disingenuous, and so outrageously inaccurate that it is reasonable to conclude that her testimony is biased in a strategic attempt to help the professor defraud the TikToker out of a substantial amount of money and deceive the court and the jury to get a substantial financial judgment ordered against the TikToker. It's an adversarial process. Each side brings in experts, and those experts present their opinions, and then the jury gets to decide if those opinions are reasonable. So yes, it's adversarial. Yes, the experts would favor the side that they're hired by. That's why it's adversarial. So she does go on to say that the expert witness statement fails to provide scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge that will help the trier of fact. I think she's getting close to trying to say there's no methodology, but she's not saying there's no methodology. But if there is no methodology that person apportions reputational harm, that is a fair ground for excluding a witness. We saw a lot of those hearings, but the remedy is hearing. We saw a lot of those hearings in the Reed case. And we saw how people ascertain reputation in the Depp Heard case and the types of analysis that needed to happen to determine reputation. But she's not quite making that argument, right? We're not there yet on making the argument that there is no methodology to determine the relative damage to an expert. So there has to be a methodology. And maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But arguing that she's biased isn't, she's biased and it's a strategic attempt to help the person that hired her. Yeah, and? Okay. No methodology, though, we could work with. She goes on to say the expert testimony fails to provide reliable principles and methods. There we go. Emily, just keep reading. And fails to reflect. Isn't there an app I can run this through to see how much of this is generated by ChatGPT? Because I'm really curious. And fails to reflect the reliable application of the principles. That might just be grammatical. Lyndon said, I'm back, chat. Is the TikToker trying to approach Daubert obliquely? Yes. However, she might be close on the second expert if there's no methodology. Maybe. We'll see. All right. Continuing on. That's a fair argument. Reputational harm needs a methodology to try to kind of wrap your arms around what reputational harm looks like. The conclusion is that both experts have failed to provide any factual basis to come. This is not the argument. That both experts have failed to provide any factual basis to come to an unbiased conclusion and witness statement. They don't have to be unbiased. They are the plaintiff's experts. They're the plaintiff's experts. Okay. It goes on to say, both suggest the most harsh circumstances for damages. I would expect. For example, Tallent's testimony alleges that Schofield's reputation is worse off than 3 Mile Island, stating she may never recover or it could take 40 to 100 years. Versus 3 Mile Island, who apparently is recovering and restarting after losing billions. Apparently 3 Mile Island's doing good. She goes on to say that the other witness improperly diagnosed Schofield with lifelong PTSD and suggested lifelong treatment, inappropriately testifying she is worse off than, for example, U.S. combat veterans who witnessed. What? Did she say that? Did the witness say that the professor is worse off than combat veterans who witnessed their friends being killed in action? I don't know if that's what was said. Additionally, she says that the Talent witness falsely testified that Schofield would suffer reputational harm in her career as an academic at the university for 100 years. Yet, it's her opinion that no reputational harm has been suffered. You would need an expert for that opinion, though. You're not the expert. It goes on to say, it is likely that Rebecca, I mean, that's hilarious. I'm not mad at that part. That Rebecca collaborated with the attorney to provide false testimony. That's no, expert testimony is expert testimony. It is wild to me that all three of them are named Rebecca if they're actually named Rebecca. All of our vets in the chat, A, thank you for your service. B, I don't know what she's doing. And I don't believe that was ever suggested. So, Big Miss Muffin said, as a veteran, say what now? Yeah, To all of our vets, thank you for your service. And also, what? Just methodology. There needs to be methodology. Let's see what else is provided, shall we? The TikToker says both opinions fail to align with the facts of the case, the evidence, and reality. Ma'am, I don't need you trying to cite facts, evidence, and reality in your motion because, good Lord, it is likely that Rebecca collaborated to provide false testimony. No, it's expert testimony. And she goes on to say neither provided a preponderance of evidence to support their opinions. That's not, those words are being used wrongly. Neither provided facts that support their opinions. Methodology. Both opinions are largely inconsistent with the facts of this case. Well, if they're largely inconsistent, they're not entirely inconsistent, which means they're probably relevant. For these reasons, as more fully stated above, it is in the best interest of justice to exclude the quote-unquote expert testimonies of Rebecca. The court should grant the motion. You should be asking for a hearing. And you need expert testimony to refute the expert testimony to ask for a hearing. Let's see what the exhibits are, shall we? I honestly can't read that. I see letters, but it's so spaced out that I cannot read it well. Witness disclosures, fantastic. Chat is saying, what is chat saying? It's the exhibit. Thank you, chat. Perfect. It's too spaced out. My brain is just like, it looks like an eye exam chart. Okay. This is the expert witness disclosure from when? I'm going to zoom to the end of this because I want to see when this disclosure was made. November 6th, 2023. This is the expert disclosure from November 6th, 2023. Okay, so the defendant had time to hire experts, did not hire experts, does not have experts to refute these experts, and is now just saying just exclude them. That's not going to work. Maybe a hearing, but you need experts to refute the experts. It can't just be because you think it. That's not, I can't button properly. Well, let's look at the expert disclosure, shall we? Because I bet you the TikToker does not and did not disclose any experts and does not have any experts. This is a trial for damages. It is based on experts. Okay. Sweet Sassy Molassy said, what are the chances of TikToker getting the 3 Beccas excluded? I want to see what the expert disclosures are. I think the chances of having a hearing are higher. Reputational harm needs a methodology. It's easier for a treatment provider to come in and say, I treated this person, because they're testifying more as a treatment provider. I treated this person. This was the determination I made. This is the amount that treatment's going to cost. This is what I think ongoing treatment should be. You can cross-examine that person, but if you've not provided facts to refute it, you can't just say, well, that's not true. Okay. Professor plaintiff submits the expert disclosures and may call the following experts. Retired Associate Professor Emerita Rebecca Talent. Professor Talent is a non-retained expert. Oh, so she's volunteering. Her report and curriculum vitae is attached. Professor Talent is a retired professor of public relations at the University of Idaho School of Journalism and Mass Media, where she taught for 13 years. Oh, so she can talk a little bit more about public relations and reputational harm then. She has served as an instructor and adjunct professor at other schools and university on the same topics and has more than 50 years experience in the field of public relation and journalism. She writes frequently on topics of media coverage and journalism ethics. Based on her training and experience, Professor Talent will testify regarding the long-term impact on Professor Schofield of the statements by TikToker. She will testify that it takes up to 40 years or a full generation for a person or business to rebuild a reputation damaged by extensive negative publicity, similar to the statements the defendant made about Rebecca Schofield. And I don't know why Rebecca's name is Rebecca's, but I think that's a typo. All of you calling this the Tribeca motion. That's hilarious. Whoever started that in chat, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Love it. What are the chances that all the experts are named Rebecca? What in the world? So the expert has quite a lot of expertise in PR. I think my question would be does the speed of modern media change the turnover rate of a generation? Like, does modern media move so fast that it doesn't need 40 years anymore? That's where I would look to bring in another expert saying this reputational harm is limited in scope, size, etc. So it goes on to say in the disclosure, she will further testify that the statements made by the defendant regarding Professor affect her reputation in multiple ways. She will testify that the defendant's false statements have damaged the professor's brand as a researcher and a teacher, that the defamatory statements may cause other academics to doubt her research because she has been in trouble. She will testify that the defamatory statements will damage her reputation among students who may spread the statements, even if they are false, resulting in fewer students taking her classes and potentially impacting the department in which she teaches. And her testimony and opinions are more fully set forth in her report, which we're not going to go through today. There would need to be a methodology. I imagine she would lay out with 50 years in PR. This is how I would evaluate reputation in the face of massive negative reporting. If y'all want to read those expert disclosures, I can link them. It's just not going to be till after stream, but I can link them if you guys want to read them. I don't know if I will link the mental health reports. Those probably should have been filed under seal. I'm not going to go into all of those. I'm just going to read the disclosure. Behavioral health therapist Rebecca Bond, they are all named Rebecca, is a non-retained expert. Her report and CV is attached as Exhibit 2. She will testify regarding her diagnosis and treatment of the professor. So she is the treatment provider and diagnosed her with PTSD. She will further testify regarding the long-term prognosis and need for ongoing testimony. I think that's a typo too. I think treatment is what's meant there. Bond's testimony is factual in nature, but the professor is disclosing her as an expert out of an abundance of caution. So she's not coming in as an expert. She's coming in as a treatment provider. That goes to damages. I have diagnosed her with this. I have treated her with this. The ongoing support needed will be this. Not an expert. This motion won't apply to her at all because she is the treatment provider. It's just going to go to compensatory damages. What happened affected the plaintiff and how ongoing support will be needed. And those are the disclosures. Okay. I'm going to look real quick and see about the reputational damage disclosure. Because I don't want to, if mental health records were attached, I don't want to get into those. I just want to make sure that they are not. The TikToker did attach the printout from the DSM, but it doesn't look like any other records are printed out other than the treatment provider's CV and the diagnosis of PTSD. Okay, let's take a look at the quick overview of the expert as to reputational harm. We saw quite a lot of graphs and charts and what have you in the Depp Heard case about this. Introduction. I have been asked by legal counsel for Professor to provide analysis and opinion regarding the impact of, or the impact on the professor's reputation of the false statements made about her by a TikToker beginning in November 2022. Based on the information I became aware of and that and is in the wrong place. Information provided to me by the professor's counsel. I know that TikToker has stated that the professor was involved in a romantic relationship with one of the victims, that when the relationship was ending and was going to potentially be disclosed, that the professor hired the hit of the 4 students. Based on my knowledge of how the murders have been investigated, that another person was charged. Remember, these were all done in November of 2023 before Koberger pled guilty. Based on my knowledge of how the murders have been investigated, that another person was charged and that TikToker has not identified a single fact to support her claims. I know these statements are false. The court has also adjudged them false at this point because they granted the summary judgment motion on liability. Based on my training and experience working in the fields of journalism and public relations and in teaching in those fields at the university level, it is my opinion. Experts get to do that whole.
That's my opinion!
I've gotten to use this soundbite plenty today. I'm real happy about it. Based on my training and experience working in the fields of journalism and public relations and in teaching in those fields at the university level, it's my opinion that TikToker's statements have damaged the professor's reputation to an extent that it may take up to a full generation or 40 years to restore her reputation. The bases and reasons for my opinion, which I hold to a reasonable degree of certainty within my professional fields, are set forth below. I would imagine that this person has testified as an expert before, or that they prepped well with the lawyer because they are talking about the things that you need for Daubert, which is a reasonable degree of certainty. In this case, it doesn't have to be scientific because it is not necessarily a scientific field, but within certainty within the professional field, right? I ran out of water in my other cup. Background and qualifications, we read that before. Analysis and opinion. A fundamental principle of public relations is that a business's reputation or a person's reputation is their brand. Good reputations are hard-earned, quickly lost, and difficult to regain. It takes up to 40 years or a full generation for a person or business to rebuild a reputation damaged by extensive negative publicity, similar to the statements defendant made about Schofield. And then she does make an example to 3 Mile Island and Tylenol. Interesting. Because I wonder if the court's going to be like, hey, could we evaluate a case factually closer? I mean, the Depp Heard case dealt with reputation and defamation substantially. So does Blake Lively. I mean, there's a lot of cases of reputation that don't involve 3 Mile Island or Tylenol, right? This is wild. Excuse me. I guess she does in fact make those. Those are not great analogies. But she was a reporter at the time. At the time, I was an oil and gas reporter and became familiar with the incident. There was considerable speculation. Much information later proved to be inaccurate. The plant was closed in 2019. The company that owned the plant never recovered. It took Tylenol 20 to 25 years to recover the reputational damage after a series of murders in Chicago when Tylenol was laced. Based on my training and experience, we need methodology. Lack of methodology might be a problem here. Based on my training and experience, it is my opinion that the statements made by TikToker regarding Professor have the capacity to affect the professor's reputation in multiple ways. The false statements damage the professor's brand as a researcher and teacher. The defamatory statements may cause other academics to doubt the research. We're going to need something more tangible than this. That may affect her ability to receive promotions. The defamatory statements also will damage the professor's reputation among students. The use of social media and the internet to publish the false statements significantly increases the impact to reputation, where prior to the ascent of internet and social media, false statements could only be accessed at specific times in specific locations. These false statements can be accessed instantly and without competing accurate narrative. Moreover, it has been my experience in teaching in the social media age that many consumers on social media fail to take steps to determine whether the information they obtain is true. Based on my training and experience, it's my opinion that filing and prevailing in a defamation lawsuit is absolutely critical for a person to reclaim a reputation. The public perceives that if you file a defamation claim, the defendant must have said something that was untrue. If you are victorious in the defamation lawsuit, you are the good guy. Oh, that was a direct quote. Okay. I'm not seeing a lot of a breakdown of methodology. That expert disclosure is real light on substance and methodology. that, even though the TikToker's motion is not well founded, the court may still press into the areas that need to be questioned on this because there needs to be methodology. The court may grant a hearing to try to ascertain if this is proper grounds for testimony on reputational harm. Because I don't see any methodology other than I've taught in this field. I don't see any information about how many articles went out, how much was reviewed, how many articles there were about Professor Schofield before this happened. Even just the Google velocity of this. I think she needs to underscore this with a bit more information. I don't think it is as well vetted as I would hope to see from an expert. I would want to see more explanation from the expert. Now, it might just be that this goes to hearing and the expert can explain more examples that are closer tied to this circumstance, or what some of those outcomes may be, and more thoroughly vet them. I think we need more information on this one. I don't think this is just the court's going to go, no, yeet. The court is going to have to go through the expert disclosures. And because they are dealing with somebody who is representing themselves pro per, ask the questions about methodology and perhaps have that hearing to allow more information to come to light on this. And I could see the court actually granting a hearing saying, no, we do need more information about the methodology, about what reputation means in an academic setting beyond like Tylenol, and how you would have impact that you might not even know about. Like you might get passed over for things that you're not even aware of because you've not been asked because of the damage to reputation. So you're not invited into those opportunities. And that's the thing that was difficult in Depp Heard, talking about the roles that you don't even get the opportunity to audition for because all of a sudden your reputation is too bad to even have you in a project. Seeing more explanation of those things. So I don't think this expert gets yeeted immediately, if at all. I think the most that comes of this is a hearing. And you see some of the things that happened in other high profile cases. I would like to see some exploration of the velocity and how connected the professor's name is to this case. So I think more information is probably what the court is going to look for on this. The other expert is not an expert. They are a service provider. So there's nothing that's going to come from that. The conclusion is it could take a generation for the professor to restore her reputation, if at all, because of the ease of access to the false statements. So I think that we might need a little bit more. I don't think this person lacks the background to talk about it. I just think if they have not worked as an expert before, they might need a little bit more information, like we saw in the Depp Heard case, because the court, I think, is going to be perhaps cautious to make sure that I's are dotted, T's are crossed. So we'll see, because reputational harm is real. Trying to explain all the things all of a sudden you don't get the opportunity for is a really difficult thing, because the loss of opportunity isn't necessarily an opportunity that's withdrawn. It's that your name is just not in the running anymore. Your career trajectory shifted. And I think we would want to see some discussion of how many years the professor had been at the university, what you would expect the career trajectory to be, and then what we're seeing now, if that's true. But this is going for compensatory damages and punitive damages. But an expert as to reputational harm will help the jury, again, wrap their mind around, hey, in your job, career trajectory might look this way, but in this job, this is what a career trajectory looks like. This is how you see careers move. And these are the one wrong step that can derail an academic career in tenure, in promotion, in research, in publishing, in whatever it is, and how long that can take, even if it's proven false. The taint or the impact of the, oh, but did you hear? They said this about this, might be enough that it derails someone's trajectory. So I think we need a little bit more from this expert's disclosure. I think that will probably happen at a hearing. Who knows if we will even see a hearing get off the ground, but the court might grant a hearing on this. I'm interested to see how the professor responds to the 702s. We are now at a lot of the deadlines, but my suspicion with the TikTok defamation case is that the TikToker did not file any expert disclosures, did not file any of the litigation groundwork, and that a lot of this is going to go forward on vibes if the TikToker shows up to their own trial, which is a giant if for me, because I'm not sure they will. Kay in the chat said there are websites where students can review their professors, and I will say students actually take that into account. That's good to know. I think we'll see some of this come up if we went to a hearing. So Heather said, I'd be interested in seeing her student reviews before and after the event. That's an excellent point. Ashley said if she could prove a supervisor or her actual university of employment or new university she applied to affected her, then cool, but I'm not hearing that. I don't think that happened here. I don't think there were negative repercussions at work. I think it is solely reputational harm. So we will see what happens. We'll see what happens. But you guys have questions. I've got questions. And then I got to scoot because I got to, again, pack, right? Let's get to questions. All right. You guys have lots of questions. I've got hopefully answers. Mary said, love your hat. A couple of you have commented on the hat. Many of you have commented that the Fax hat is not in the Lawnard shop. The Lawnard's Rock hat, if it is not sold out, there are a few of these left in the Lawnard shop. They are discounted at the moment. These are a legacy design. So if you love the hat today, I can't guarantee you it's going to be here by the end of the day. So if you are interested, those are in the Lawnard shop at lawnardshop.com. Bug Riley said, is it federal because of diversity jurisdiction? Hi, baby 1L here. Baby 1L Bug Riley. Diversity jurisdiction. So when you get to international shoe, come back to this case. But they filed it in federal court because of diversity jurisdiction. So that is why they chose to file it, or it seems that is why they chose to file it in federal court, because subpoenaing someone and serving someone in a federal jurisdiction is going to be much easier than dragging an out-of-state defendant into the state in the state court jurisdiction. So diversity jurisdiction is a part of it. But the defendant is representing themselves pro se and did not appropriately fight whether jurisdiction and form and venue were appropriate under minimum contacts, etc. So there are some questions here about what minimum contacts look like within the internet. And what it looks like when you are talking about someone who lives in a particular jurisdiction, but you're just talking to the internet. Are you really directing your statements at that person, or are you directing your statements out at the internet? And it really depends on the statements. I think these statements about the professor were directed at the internet writ large, right? Clicks, views. A TikToker asked me to say what I thought about this case. So then she goes off and says what she thinks about the case, but she wanted her audience to engage with that, not necessarily that the professor would engage with it. We've definitely seen things happen on social media where a social media user calls out directly another social media user and everybody else is just observing whatever the two individuals or more have going on. I think this is the first example, so we will see. Katya said the judge should put an end to all this madness. It is long due. Enough is enough. The poor professor is spending so much money and energy and all of this. Unfortunately, this is one of those areas, Katya, where the court putting an end to it would actually benefit the TikToker who was saying the shit. Because if the court can't just determine damages at this point. Now, if the TikToker doesn't show up and all the rest of it, we're going to get into a different situation. But the plaintiff has to be allowed to proceed with their case because what other remedy do they have? So it can't really be just ended where the court's like, take damages. The court has asked the TikToker to engage in court mediation to try to resolve this multiple times, and she refuses to participate. So there's not much else the court can do, except if she doesn't show up, order her to show up and then fine her. Nikki says all of this is code audacity. It's wild. It's wild. Debbie W makes an excellent point in Super Chat. Hey, TikToker, ask Lizzie Borden how long false accusations can last. You make an excellent point. Generations and generations and generations. Slushy Slush Fun said if only she had an attorney to help her with this, she should ask her lawyer. 100% should ask her lawyer. Jojo said, EDB, can doxing be taken into account of the lawsuit? I don't know how that would factor in. I mean, the professor was on a university website that was public with where they worked and their name. I don't think their name was unknown. They weren't a public figure, but I don't think their name was unknown. I certainly hope that their personal information was not leaked out to the internet beyond their office email, their department, and their job. But the defamation is connecting someone to the thing. It's not really outing someone who is on social media anonymously and then connecting their name and face to it. So it's a little different, if that makes sense. Angela asked the real question in the chat and said, do they even have the money to be sued? Yeah. Are they someone who is recoverable? It's a very good question. And I hesitate to go further with that because I don't want to give anyone ideas. So it is a very real consideration for the professor. It is a potentially very real problem, but I am not going to give anyone any ideas, but I do not know. However, what do you do? Music to My Soul said, is Damp Dollar Dill jealous of Mystic Pickle? Only because Mystic Pickle got to play today and Damp Dollar Dill didn't. Maybe we need a pickle cleanse at the end of all of this. Casey Cat said, at any point could they put her in jail for contempt? We're going to have to see how it plays out. It's not easily done. And yeah, we're going to have to see how it plays out. It is a very, very, very long shot. It is civil court. Most of the repercussions in civil court are monetary. So it's not that it could never happen. It's that it would be a very, very far down the line. Very far down the line. Debbie I said, are you going to stream Charlie's trial? Not immediately and not all of it, but we will cover key moments. Jen said, a new lawyer has been voluntold, as the military says. Oh, yes, it is totally voluntold. They've been voluntold as tribute to be Sarah Boone's next appellate lawyer. It's like, congratulations. You've made it through to the Hollywood, Florida round. Good luck. Oh. Behind but recommended downloading TikToks is easier. I didn't know I could do that. Especially last night when I was like, I want to talk about this. I need to just find it. Yeah, that's me being not super TikTok savvy. Delirious said, may the odds be ever in your favor, Rodrigo. Like, hey, Rodrigo, we hope the best for you. Lori says, EDB, the fact that you love spicy book talk gives me the hearts. Yep. I mean, I mostly see them reposted onto Instagram because that is the platform I am on when I'm not on YouTube. I don't have TikTok on my devices, so I do not TikTok frequently. But it's where stuff happens. So let's see. Daisy and Rue's mom said, went to Buc-ee's for the first time, grabbed a Le Bucky Boo. I love that you grabbed a Le Bucky. I love my Le Bucky. One of the college mascots dressed up as a Le Boo Boo. Wild. Sweet Sassy Molassie said EDB, it appears Rodrigo has already made a motion to withdraw. No, I was just on that docket this morning. But what time is it in Florida? Oh, it's 4:00 in Florida. Okay, I'm looking now. This will be my only side quest. Fingers crossed. I'm looking now because that would be fair. That motion was filed Friday by the court. Oh, give me 30 seconds. We're going to pull it up. Or if it's there, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. It's like, not me. Not me. Let's see. Give me 1 second to get to the docket real quick. Then again, it is Monday. No, that's the appellate docket. Wrong docket, EDB. Other docket. There we go. Oh, the amount of dockets. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me see if we can pull up the docket. Maybe we'll have an addendum. And then I definitely have to get going because I have. Let's see. There we go. We got the clicky keyboard. We're not as clicky as the judge was, though. He was just so clicky. All right. Let's see. Filed today. Oh, chat your bay. Thank you. Already filed the motion to dismiss, the motion to withdraw. Already. Let's pull it up. Let's look at it together. Oh my goodness. Rodrigo was like, not it. Not 100% not it. Not it. Oh boy. Let's pull that up real quick. That's pretty funny. It really is. It's not funny for Sarah Boone. It's got to be frustrating. But look, when we talk about your reputation preceding you, I imagine it has to do with his workload, right? Like, no, I can't. All right, well, this just in. Because chat is bae, it was pointed out that on this fine Monday, September 8th, in fact, the newly appointed counsel for Sarah Boone has filed their motion to withdraw as counsel. So let's go take a look at that motion. They are trying to get out immediately. Like, hey, thanks, Your Honor. Nope. Just immediately nope. Nope. So let's take a look together, shall we? All right. This was filed September 9th, 2025, 2:18 p.m. While we were streaming. I pulled this motion up before we streamed, but while we were streaming, this was filed. I'm trying to move My document does not want to move where I want it to move. It is not moving or grooving. Document, stop it. Move over. No? All right, it's just going to fight with me. Sorry, chat. If it's a little bit smaller. Oh, it's because I'm on the court's website. That's why. All right, that's on me. Not much I can do at the moment. Motion to withdraw as counsel comes now. Rodrigo Curacao. I hope I pronounced that properly. Moves this court to allow him to withdraw from representation of defendant Sarah Boone as grounds therefore states the court appointed counsel on this case September 5th, 2025. However, undersigned counsel has accepted a position within the Office of the Attorney General's Office statewide prosecution effective September 12th, 2025. Excuse me, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm actually going to work at the State Attorney General's office as a prosecutor. I can't help. This is completely fair. Consequently, undersigned counsel is winding down counsel's criminal practice and resigned from the court-appointed registry effective August 8th, 2025. Your Honor, I pulled all the way out. I pulled out of the registry. You're not supposed to be able to even find me. I am going to the prosecutor's office. I am not doing criminal defense any longer. Sorry, but no. Because the defendant's case cannot reasonably be resolved prior to September 12th. I'm sorry, what day of the week is that? Is that Friday? Is that like this Friday? Undersigned counsel must withdraw from further representation. Undersigned counsel has not previously filed a notice of appearance. The court Colin told you, and Rodrigo was like, nope. Done. I'm changing jobs Friday. A week after the appointment, this attorney is changing their whole ass job. What is the luck for this poor attorney who's just like, I actually took my name off the appointment registry, so I don't know how we got here. Okay, thanks, bye. The court is going to immediately allow this attorney to withdraw because as far as reasons to withdraw, this is just what it is. I have wound down my practice. I have withdrawn from the panel or the, what did he call it? Court appointed registry. I'm no longer on the registrar. You shouldn't be able to find me to appoint me. And I'm taking a new job in a week. My last day doing this is September 12th. Okay, thanks, bye. So that's the update on the Sarah Boone case. Because, well, yeah, the newly appointed counsel as of Friday is going to no longer be newly appointed counsel, and this case is becoming hot potato. Full hot potato. Well, it was Sarah Boone had a new lawyer for the weekend, and the court is going to grant this motion. I wonder if he'll do it by the end of the day, but the court's going to grant this motion and go down the list and appoint the next lawyer that populates in the registry, however that works in Florida. Just who's next up on the list. And so the court will file a similar motion that we saw saying, granting the motion for this attorney to withdraw and appointing this next attorney. Oh, well, the attorney changing their entire career field to no longer do appellate work actually ended up to be kind of prophetic. Even though it happened before this case was appointed, because you don't just, there's generally a path that you would take to become a attorney general and work in the state's attorney general's office. That was quick. How many attorneys, I guess, will Sarah Boone go through before the end of the week? That's I'm real curious. How many more until she gets an appellate attorney? I guess stay tuned and we'll talk about it in the Lawnerd app because I'm not going to be streaming much more this week. And well, I'll keep you posted in the app because I'm going to be keeping an active look on this docket. Lawnerd chat, thank you so much. Apparently there's a new motion.
Why is no one ready?
All. Nobody wants this case. Everybody's like, the entire defense bar in Florida is like, I'm sorry, I've actually changed I'm a paleontologist now. I'm sorry. They're not going to become periodontist, but they're just going to become all of them. I'm sorry, I've decided to become a marine biologist. Somebody's going to say, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have taken up professional go-kart racing. I am now a professional pickleball player. I am not available. Oh boy. Good thing Florida's a big state. I'm sure there's plenty of lawyers. They're gonna have to find one. So I guess we'll see. Amelia said, not a question, but I'm becoming an aunt today. My niece, baby EJ, is officially coming. Congratulations. Happy baby. I hope everyone is healthy and well. A lot of you have also asked when we pull up super chats and comments, can the font be bigger? It is something we are working on. We have not gotten there yet, but we are working on it. So it is on the list. So let's see. Nikki said, I'm too prone to doom scrolling to get into TikTok. It's fair. The TikTok scroll makes it easy to scroll. A lot of you, Espresso Depresso, asked, can Harvey be charged as an accessory after the fact? I need more information about Harvey. I'm all chat, do not volunteer Peter as Sarah Boone's defense attorney. I don't think he does appellate work like that. Don't volunteer Peter. He's probably not even on that panel, but don't volunteer Peter. He's not going to be happy. Can Harvey be charged as an accessory after the fact? I need more information. I'm sure Florida has accessory after the fact. I would need to know what Harvey was doing other than knowledge, because it also seemed like a lot of the things afterwards was like, don't tell your dad. We don't want Harvey to know. It would be difficult. So I see Runkle in the chat. You can't volunteer Runkle either. Runkle is in Canada. You can't volunteer Natalie Lawyer Chick. That's not her jurisdiction. Nobody wants to be called and told about this case. No one. Because it's not going to be easy and the client's never going to be happy. B in the chat said, what responsibilities does the foreperson have? Generally to make sure the deliberations happen in an orderly fashion, to make sure everyone gets heard, and then to communicate back and forth with the bailiff. Hey, we need a break. Hey, we're ready to go for the day. Hey, can we go get lunch? Hey, we're done. And to fill out the verdict form. So those are the basic responsibilities. Jennifer Moss asked question. Peter at Lawyer No brought up that Donna may have a chance for appeal. Well, Donna's going to appeal. She's going to appeal, period. Going to appeal. All of you are like, Andrea Burkhart does appellate work, right? Not in Florida. Don't volunteer the lawyers on the internet. None of them want this case. Sorry, but Jennifer, back to your question. Donna will appeal. She 100% will appeal. But that she may have a chance for appeal since the judge only gave her 5 additional minutes to decide she was going to testify or not. Thoughts? I don't always answer, someone said this, what do you think about this? But I will, because when we got to the end of the verdict on Thursday, I said that one of the things they are going to focus on with regard to appeal, because there's not a lot of other rulings there, is going to be Donna saying, I'm not ready to make this decision now. But what the argument on the other side of that is going to be is what happened at sidebar. The court broke early and told the defense they had time. Did he tell them you have time to consult with your client? The court made a record. Of course, it's going to be an area of appeal. If the court said, you know what, you're right. Donna Adelson was denied meaningful time to contemplate whether she would testify. The result of that would be a new trial. I don't think they would find it harmless. I would be surprised if that ground for appeal, which will be brought, is successful. But it is something to raise on appeal, as we talked about on Thursday, for sure. Because Donna's going to say to her appellate attorneys, this would have gone differently if I had testified. I don't think that's true. I think the facts are contrary. I don't think, I didn't have time and I couldn't decide. And if I had just had overnight to decide, and then what the state is going to say is, these are the amount of times that this case has been continued. This is the day that Donna Adelson testified in her bond hearing. She has testified before in this case. She watched Charlie's trial. She knew what the witnesses were. She and her attorneys did not have any, curveballs thrown at them. But yes, is it something they can try to argue? Of course they're going to argue it. Will it be successful? I don't know if it would have changed the outcome here. It actually might have made the jury, decide faster. In light of the evidence, I don't think it would have helped. But yeah, they'll argue it. Of course they will. Anything you can argue, you can argue. Gina said, my parents just sent me a photo from Buc-ee's. They're on a road trip from Boston to Florida. It made me think of you. I love that. And I love that everyone is excited about Buc-ee's. Snackies are the best. Snackies are the best. Anna said, who is submitting FOIAs for Donna's jail calls? I'm sure they will be out sooner than we know. But I might. Because I'm real curious. Let's see. Carrie asked, if someone was assigned as the foreperson, but the other jurors want to change the foreman, can they request a foreman change? I've never seen a jury do that. Because normally when the judge says this person's the foreperson, they all just go, okay. And then they all just work as a collective. But in theory, they could just let somebody else kind of run the show and then the foreperson signs it. They really get a lot of leeway in deciding. So, yeah. Let's see. What else? Ashley said, my favorite snack, cheese Ritz Bits. So the court had the cheese crackers and the peanut butter crackers. Fantastic. So let's see. I saw a lot of very kind comments. Casey Cat, hopefully the foreperson will find other areas of the internet that aren't as salty, like the law nerd community, and, come back to the delight of YouTube. I don't know. Sometimes YouTube has such an interesting split demographic where it's like those of us that have been on YouTube since like 2006 and then like the kids, like it sometimes misses the youngest millennials and the eldest of Gen Z on the other end because they end up on like TikTok and Twitch and elsewhere. But yes, it's lovely. We have facts and sometimes fuckery, but not a lot of fuckery and jokes and the smartest chat on the internet. We also have a lot of travel coming up. We also have, the shop, like the Law Nerd shop is linked down below. It's not just like on the screen all the time. And we can watch long form content and have a conversation about law, learn things, and then kind of just, have a laugh about some of the rest of it that's difficult to deal with. But yes, there are definitely, you can see by platform that some platforms appeal to different generations better than other platforms. And you can see it throughout. But with all of it, we've got a lot to catch up on. Rachel ID said, EDB, did I miss the Trooper Proctor update? No, you did not miss the Trooper Proctor update. That's on the podcast tomorrow because Emily's got all of the travel coming up. I will keep you posted behind the scenes on social, all of the travel coming up. So it is going to be a busy travel week. I will keep you posted in the Law Nerd app, what we are doing from there and when we are going to be streaming. But that will be in the Law Nerd app. We will not be doing normal streaming days this week. There will be more on the Emily Show channel this week. If something pops off, We will talk about it. But some of my travel with my kiddo, I am not taking any of my streaming equipment, and I'm going to spend some time with my kiddo because he was gone at DCI all summer, and we're going to go see one of his favorite bands. So I am not going to travel with streaming stuff. He and I are going to have some Mama and Travis time, and I'm very excited for it. So I will keep you in the loop. We will talk about next week. Next week is going to be a bit discombobulated as well. So my best estimate is stay tuned on the Lawnerd app, truly, because I'm not sure when I will be streaming next week, but I will let you know. It's just going to depend, well, on travel. You guys are the best. I love getting to come and chat law with you. I will miss you guys. It's going to be I know it's going to go from all of the trial to like, where'd Emily go? I'm not gone, I promise. It's just the way travel worked out. I've got a YouTube event, some other stuff, but I'll keep you in the loop and I will see you soon. Also, if you're not caught up on the Corey Richins case, that's one of the next trials we've got coming up. But also, we know the Brian Walsh case is going to go to trial. We need to go look at some of the highlights from Cardi B. We can talk about looking at some of the highlights from Charlie Adelson's trial. And there are other cases that I am completely behind on that I want to get caught up on. And February is going to be here before you guys know it. And Corey Richins is going to be going to trial. So we have a lot of motions to catch up with in that case as well. And then next month, I mean, we're not at the end of this month. We're just at the beginning of this month. But next month, we have like 3 days of proctor hearings. We've got hearings for Donna Adelson. So we're going to have a lot of court dates that aren't trial dates coming up. So there's a lot of court in our future. The future looks bright, Law Nerds. The future looks bright. We'll see if Corey Richins goes to trial on time. There will probably be something else in between there. There will be. So go catch up on that case if you haven't. I will see you soon. Law Nerds, you're the bestest. You're welcome. Emma Max said, thank you for having playlists in order from oldest to newest to make catching up easier on us. That is the goal. It makes sense to my brain. So Law Nerds, good to see you. We're out. Take care. If you have not subscribed to the Emily Show channel, that is where the rest of the content this week will be. 2 different channels, long form live streaming and short for us podcast form over on the Emily Show channel. You need both. They complement each other. And if you have the Lawnerd app, last time I'll say it, you just get all the notifications and that it doesn't matter what channel it's on because you're going to know about it. All right. I will see you soon. Take care. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnerd. See you soon, chat. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Lawnerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android so I can keep you in the loop because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here and thanks for being a Lawnerd.